is more like a belt access, like also the stuff on your person doesn't take a full action to take out, right?
What a
So,
way to start
Yeah,
the
it
recording,
does.
Abo. Completely out of context as usual.
I mean,
Drawing an offhand weapon is a full action.
yeah, but that's a weapon specifically, like
No, that's
using
an
a
offhand because
using a
It's an
potion that's on.
offhand. It's an
But
offhand
using a
specific.
potion on your belt,
a
you also
normal weapon.
take, like, if you take a potion from your inventory, you're also picking it from your belt, I guess, and using it in the same term. So
Yeah.
right.
It's like
guess so, yeah.
drawing a weapon is considered as part of your attack action, basically.
Yeah,
But
but if you're
drawing
using
an
your
offhand
offhand, which is the
is not.
second one,
No,
means
you have
do
to
two at the
actually.
same.
Yeah, you have to have the two weapon fighting or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah.
Dual wielding.
Dual wielding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So if you want to remove two potions, that's an attack.
Hi, my people. Welcome to session 63. Not 64. I'm not in the future.
67, 61, 63.
63.
Mhm.
How is everyone doing?
Normal. Back in my own room this week.
Yeah.
So
I am
plenty of
no
space.
longer falling apart like I did on Friday, so that's great.
Mhm.
No, I'm falling apart, but
It's
Uh-oh.
that's just normal standard me.
Also mood, by the way, but
Yeah.
and I'm not worried at all. We'll be fine. Yay!
Yeah.
So,
Link
I mean, Lena,
Island.
like Samira is actually in character falling apart at the moment.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because she's doing some kind of disadvantage ability checks.
No.
What the fuck's
I mean, maybe.
17 hours ago?
Yeah.
Something happened.
I don't know what.
Well, she's been RPing all week, Arbor. You should know this by now.
You need athletics checks for RP?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's usually
I
have
get-
at least one.
I-
eyebrow wiggle.
Make at least one
I
roll of
guess
therapy.
I guess you would need an athletics check for that, yeah.
No. Nope.
Nope. Anyway,
Thanks,
and
Bob,
then,
big
and
bro.
then Lena is falling apart because I've been sending her very creepy pictures. So there's that.
I mean,
Lena
if
appreciates how they look.
she's doing athletics
Samira
checks in the week and then getting creepy pictures, she's only got herself to blame.
Oh wow. Okay. that went deep. Okay.
Hashtag mood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you sure you want to say that sentence? Alright, never mind.
Never mind.
Let's move on.
So, Lena, you're doing the recap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Last week we started session at basically the aftermath of coming out of the battle, which ended like just before midnight on the 9th. And we were all healed up at that moment, but very much physically and emotionally exhausted with what the fuck just happened. And we, through thinking and asking Nimrod, we found out that the smoke, whatever monster was, it looked like one of the ancients, but like a smaller version of it. And he also said that it's very rare that they pop up and attack something, so most likely something disturbed the creature. And we quickly found out through Viera having seen something at the very edges of the light, and also doing her energy feely thing and recognizing a celestial flying just within range towards Hollowstone, that fucking bimbo did it. And yeah, she apparently has fun just sicking things on Earth. That's lovely. And we couldn't really do very much about that night. Still, we still had to rest. We were all tired, and yeah, but we decided that the next day we were just gonna haul ass to Hollowstone, because being in a city is safer than just wandering through the countryside and waiting for the next attack. So we went to bed. By the way, we needed a tent. And the next morning we started making our way to Hollowstone, some by foot, some by Mononoke, being on a wolfback. And we talked about we talked about contacting the researchers, which we did at the lunch break that didn't actually happen because we just kept going, and found out that they already arrived in Hollowstone and was staying at the Dragonheart's Inn, which we later found out was known for its proximity to a brothel. So that's lovely. And yeah, we had a bit of a discussion about the gigantic dragon skeleton we saw, and about what fell here, the quote unquote father, and we learned that it was the elementals. He protected his people from the elementals during the red light, but it was unlikely to have been the small one, like the smoke monster that attacked us. So it most likely was very large. At least Nimrod told us that in stories it was a very very large elementals that did that. And yeah, we wandered through the city and saw a dragon born for the first time ever. Cute dragonborn.
What color was it again? Was it green?
Silver.
Gray
Silverish,
silver.
that's right.
Gray
Silver, but
I keep-
diluted,
I
like
keep-
not complete silver.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I keep thinking green for some reason.
No, it's definitely like
Yeah,
the
It was silver like the
Mhm.
like the dragon.
big boy.
Yeah. Alright, so we arrived at Ragnhard Inn and almost immediately met with the researchers in the tavern portion of it, and basically we began talking and checking in with what's up. And the researchers, or better yet, Avahira, let Viera know that her sister was actually the guide they had, and she is staying in the mountains nearby for, like, I've written down 2 days, but a couple of days. And yeah, we also found out that she is going by Rain, and the part of the Wild Hunt, the pack is called the Rain Hunters.
Someone did remember it.
You're welcome. Also, another interesting fact that we got is that there was a lot of silver things around, be that just accessories or basically everything that is metal could be silver. And we found out because there are a lot of silver veins beneath. And it's thought that it's because of the dragon, that maybe it had a lair somewhere in the region here. So that's a factoid. And
Oh, Dragon
yeah.
Horde!
Dragon Horde, yay! Yeah, we then got our rooms, took a bath, and started strategizing. And starting that off, we better yet, Cassius shared the connection and everything that's going on with Amalia, which is the digits of the Undying God. We got Undying King, not God, Undying King, and basically explaining the pact with Ys, and the whole I have to put it on when I open it, otherwise I feel like I'm going to die. And Bertram in exchange told us a bit what he knew about the Undying King, which is that the Undying Gods used to be mortals that became immortal and called themselves gods. And the Undying King himself, he turned himself immortal by being an enchanted living gold. I have written down, okay. And they quote unquote killed him by basically pulling all his, like, disassembling his body and just it's everywhere apparently. And they're very very powerful artifacts. And also it is rumored that the Undying King can take control of the person attuning to them.
Not in tuning, using them.
Using them, yeah.
Using them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and apparently their school is instructed to seal those digits away when they find it. And we talked about what we could do about Amalia, which well, it's unlikely she's gonna have backup from her sort of group because they all just have as grabby of fingers for the digits. So won't be asking them for that backup if she wants them for herself. And then we tried to. Well, Vinny was sent off to investigate that one celestial figure, presence that we are still felt in the city, and it led them to a temple that was like carved into the jawbone portion of the dragon, and there was a Asuna woman just praying, and then she noticed Vinny and then poofed off because don't want chance anything, and we kind of left it off at that point, I think, deciding oh no, we didn't leave it at that point. Someone went downstairs to ask the barman about the priestess, and we found out that she is, what's her fucking title? Let me go to character vault. Priestess of the Temple of the Mother of Hollowstone. That's what we found out about her. And I think that is when we left off.
Okay. Well,
Well,
you're still at the inn, right?
yes.
In your rooms, I assume.
I'm making my way there, yes.
Activate. Please. Let me start the music. Because actually now I can properly hear it, which is great. Bam. There you go. So, let me just adjust the time slightly, because it's a tiny bit later than this. There. That's more like it.
Yeah.
So, what are you up to? What you doing?
Well, us four are sharing a room, aren't we?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we are.
And didn't we get dinner and then retire to our rooms with Rothel as well?
Well, you just finished a conversation with Raffle and you kind of retired to your room. To your own room.
Yeah, Giuseppe said he was going to do his part in the morning when he could go.
Yeah.
That was a thing that I forgot, but yeah, we decided that we were going to do all the research and scouting portion first before we do any of that other shit, because we don't know what to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that late in particular. Shall we pay a visit to this temple?
I guess we could. The thing is, we don't know. She's probably not connected with the one who's after us, but
Oh no, she's not.
we don't know anything about her.
There's
Go.
no better way to find out. I mean, she's the local priestess. If anything, she's there to support the community, isn't she? Isn't that what they normally do?
Yeah, I guess. I was just thinking maybe to talk with her, see if she knows something that could help us, or at least also learn a little bit more about what Amalia could be, because I don't think she's a normal celestial.
Who isn't a normal celestial? Amalia.
Yeah. Because she's
Maybe
dripping with that goo.
Yeah, maybe she knows more about what that is. Maybe that's got nothing to do with celestial. Maybe that's got something to do with something else.
I mean, we know what it's connected with. But, yeah. I don't know, it's kind of a leap, but we're a little bit flying in the dark, especially also since we don't know yet how to actually find her. The one that's after us, not the priestess. We know how to find her.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know, any type of information is good, I guess.
I think at the very least she's probably worth talking to, just to see who she is, what she does. I mean, Giuseppe's doing his thing in the morning with the lodge or whatever it was he called it. But they're not typically the only source of magic. Temples usually have magic too, don't they?
True. Yeah.
That could be useful. I don't know. Maybe we could see if there's anything that she could sell us that may help.
Possibly. Yeah.
Scrolls, and maybe even just like healing potions or scrolls. I think it's definitely worth a chat to her.
Yeah, for sure. I also wanted to ask you, Vera, what do you want to do about your sister?
Well, we've said that we're moving in groups, right? So I assume Layla's here as well, partaking in this
Yes.
conversation. And has she been designated to our group?
Yes.
I assume.
Of course she is.
Yeah.
Of
No,
course
wait, am I
she is.
here yet? Am I here yet or no?
I mean, yes, you are.
Okay,
now
I'm here. Okay.
back in.
Good.
I mean, again, we're all assuming she's my sister.
True.
Well, she looks like you.
Yeah, and the only way to find out is to go and talk to her and see if she remembers. By the sounds of it, she's been here a very long time now. So yes, I definitely want to go and talk to Rain. I find it strange that she would have changed her name, but
Well, names are, I don't know about your culture, but names are often a sign of, starting a new life. Like maybe because she knows she cannot go back or something like that, she just took on a new identity.
maybe, or maybe she's been here so long she stopped being who she was and became a new person.
It's possible she took it on once she joined the Wild Hunt. Maybe she got it
Yeah.
before. Maybe she
Yeah.
got it after. That's something to ask her, I guess.
Maybe her name is just Rain and she's not my sister.
True.
Who knows? The only way to find out is to go meet her though. So yes, I do want to go and see her. I think during daylight would be best though. So wait for tomorrow morning.
Alright.
Yeah, possibly. There's a bunch of things we have to do in town anyway before we even set a single foot down there. So I guess that could be something if you want to go to that location there tomorrow. Samir and we can move together and, I don't know, get information. Like, we don't even know if we can go into those, like, under halls, right?
Hollis. Yeah.
It's like, do we need permission? Do we just sneak in? Like, what's the...
Permission is a good thing to ask about because
mean, the
there's
priestess might know
mining,
that.
right?
Yeah. There might also be halls that are known to be dangerous. They might collapse at any second.
Yeah, or like any type of information, like what's down there, what can we expect?
Has anybody
So-
mapped it? How far have they mapped? Can we buy a map?
I also want to point out, as you started traveling for the Sutrok Hills, next to like the occasional, sulfurous lakes and the jagged, rocks, you had occasional also cracks where like steam was coming out, or just cracks like in the earth that like would like just go. They would be narrow, so you cannot really fall in, but like you could like drop your foot in and like get your ankles twisted, but like it would like crack like very deep into the earth because consistent with the volcanic activity in the past, whatever comes after, like the terrain after like magma and lava has come through, is very porous and tends to crack and has this like very deep going cracks into the earth, if that makes sense.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch that we don't know yet that we can find out. So if you want to go and...
Well, we should stay together.
Yes,
is what
because
everybody's agreed. So
We agreed upon groups of 3 or 4 at least. Even if you
Yeah.
take a breath, you're just 2 and you're going outside the city. That's even more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we can also just do that all together. I mean, I wanted to keep that up to you, Vera. I mean, if in the end...
I mean, you guys can hang back a little bit while I
Yeah.
go and introduce, like, we can still be in visual range. You don't have to be standing on top of me.
Not? Oh.
But,
We just have to be within shouting range, that's it.
yeah.
Within help me, I'm getting killed range. Alright.
Exactly, yeah.
Speaking of that, I moved the diamonds from the haversack, Samira, just so you know. I've moved them into the shared pocket pouch.
Okay, that's good to know. And also, speaking of that as well,
The temple might have some that we could purchase too.
Possibly.
Vera,
Hmm.
did I die?
Very briefly. Next time,
Okay.
when there's a tent on fire and I tell you to run, run. Forget the tent.
Do you... Wait. Samira, you... didn't feel anything, or...
No, it was like I was passed out. I didn't even think I could
I-
have died without Nimrod
I-
just saying something to me.
It was very brief. Less than 6 seconds.
Fucking hell.
But yeah, by the time I got to you and checked you, you didn't have a pulse.
Thank you. Coming so fast.
That's what it's there for. At the end of the day, it was about getting us out of that situation, then regrouping. Tents and stuff, we can buy them again, so I wouldn't worry about crackle, crackle, bang, crash. Mute.
Mute.
Yeah, so next time, worry about yourself first. Everything else is replaceable.
I wanted to keep
I
all
know.
the things that,
I know.
not just the things, but the actual important stuff as well. And I thought the
Yeah.
teleport would also give me distance, but apparently not.
Yeah, I knew that thing could move fast as soon as I got away from it, so that's why I kind of told the others to run as fast as they could.
Yeah. Alright. Alright.
But it's fine. I mean, you're all right now.
Are you alright, Samira? Like, how are you feeling now?
Yeah, I didn't even know it was dead, so it's a bit of a shock, but I'm all right. Just strange.
Yeah. Good that you don't remember it, I guess. The only thing you'll probably find is that if you detect magic, you will probably find that you are not quite such a black hole anymore. Which also has the effect of the red light will hit you harder.
Yeah. Fuck.
But then not as hard as me, and perhaps then not as hard as Cassius because of his little connection. But yeah.
Whoop. I win.
Oop. Well, the reality is none of us know how hard it's gonna hit, but
Sure.
We have no comparison. Yeah.
No, but we will have. I'm planning on spending the red light in Tuzan for the main reason of it's 2 months where I can practice the smith work and stuff like that. And there's a place that's going to be safe, And on top of that, it's got a herb garden where I'm predominantly going to grow sage berries and use the leaves as incense and make incense.
I think if I might just
And
join you with that.
it'll keep the whole house calm, and I imagine the red light is probably a good time to be selling sage leaves as incense.
It's a good business plan. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Hey, definitely. I mean, there's like if we have to
Layla will
stick inside.
wholeheartedly agree that that's a great time to sell sageberry leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if there are any fights or anything, people might be seeking magical healing as a result, if any of it's too bad, but...
Should employ our services like that as well. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
well,
something we all can do.
There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff there. I'm going to see if I can practice the enchanting stuff, and I'm going to see if I can practice... I'm thinking of trying to smith a sword that has a gold core with a silver edge.
Oh.
So that it's useful against both Celestials and Fiends, because that seems to be a thing that we're coming up against a lot.
Yeah.
Shinny, mute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, stop pulling your Maltesers out of the box.
Fucking rats in this inn.
Jesus. Not gonna. That's actually you've reminded me. Actually, I need to get a couple of cats for the house as well.
Oh, okay.
They'll keep the rodents down, won't they? So.
Good idea.
Although maybe I should just leave a breath there. I'm kidding, breath.
Was my ice cubes clackering? Sorry.
Maltesers, sure.
Yeah. I was even thinking we could get a guard dog, but with the breath there, that's not gonna work that well.
I mean, a guard dog's gonna be more scared of him. So.
True.
No, I wouldn't worry about that. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head what it is I did order the people staying there to do, but I think there are some guards in the house anyway. There are actually hired guards protecting the house too. I think there's only two, I think, because don't need an army, but it is a business, and there is enchanting, which means there is decent amount of coins and expensive materials and stuff, so it made sense to have some guards.
For sure.
Yeah.
But depending on what day is it today, I've kind of lost track over the last couple of days. 10th of Harvest, okay. So yeah, today is one of the days that something is ready. I think it was the Enchanter's Workshop and the Smithy are both finished today. The Smithy obviously doesn't have anybody working it though.
Yeah, there's the shop and the distance and future plans is a bit difficult.
Well, you say that. I mean, we do know a smith in the city.
We do? Yeah.
And we've met him before. Would he be freaked out by a message in the head?
They're very short messages, so I don't know about...
But you can send a couple, can't you? I mean, I was just thinking if and the smithy is a joint project for us both, and I know the idea was for us both to kind of hire a smith and some workers. But if you want to get the smithy up and running while we're away, you could always send a message to the smith friend and ask them if they're interested in a job working there or
raise her hand.
You've been in school way too long. Yes, Layla?
I just don't want to interrupt if you guys are still talking, but you have a contact in the old harbor, in the new harbor. You can hire people for you.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
I was thinking we know a smith.
We know
they
Vera.
might want the job.
It's a fancy smith.
We know Vera pretty well.
They're running their own business. You really want to I want a a completely unrelated smith to hire them. You can poke Cayenne.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do. Yeah.
Of course, you would also then owe him a favor, but you know.
Or we could poke Vera and ask if she knows someone.
Yeah. I
She
mean,
probably
Smiths
she
generally
walks
know each
around in
other.
those circles, yeah.
Yeah.
And if she knows someone that doesn't have their own smithy and would like to, and is of, decent enough.
We can try the contact first, and afterwards we can do. If we find nobody, then Cayenne is the choice.
Yeah, I mean that's also an option. Or only if we're interested in setting it up right now.
I mean, I don't see
It
this
can
as
always
priority.
wait. Yeah,
No,
exactly. It can always wait.
I think it's better because it also costs you something. Like, yeah, I guess you could do it tonight, but
Yeah, I have a feeling that I'd need to have a day of time just having correspondence because I need to 2 messages, then rest, and because it doesn't just get resolved in 2 messages.
Yeah.
It's 2 little words.
Yeah. So, just a thought, but only because I realized today was the day it was finished. So
no, definitely.
We can
I mean,
we can make like a script or something, and then we can do this afterwards when we have time.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Or we, like Layla said, we could use Cayenne.
Yeah.
To vet someone.
I mean, again, if you have a contact, then try the contact first. It's really like I was just putting out there that you also have. Hey,
Oh, that's a good idea for sure.
Yeah, it's appreciated. In case contact doesn't work out, yeah.
Yeah, it's a backup plan. So. But yeah, other than that, I don't think. Are we going to visit this priestess tonight? We shouldn't leave it too much later if we are.
We can try.
Otherwise,
Oh,
we can
okay.
go. We can go first thing in the morning. I mean, I
check
don't
if-
know. The temple might be closed already. I mean, it's after dark. So
It might be.
might not be.
Might be. I have no clue about the customs here.
I don't know.
Me neither.
Samira, you look exhausted still, so why don't we just rest and just go early in the morning, get our bearings, and do everything in sequence. I mean, come on, we're fighting a smoke monster, then we went to sort of sleep. I didn't really sleep that well with that fire still there.
Yeah.
And then we walked for half of the day. And then with all
most of the day, we didn't really stop.
Information here, exactly. I think we should just, I don't know, call it an early night. And
yeah,
a lot happened. Yes.
a lot happened. So let's just chill. She's gonna be there tomorrow, probably. She doesn't go away tonight, likely. So, so we just rest. I think we need it.
Yeah.
We're gonna need it.
Sure.
Well, in that case, 3 out of 4 of us turning in. Layla keeping watch.
she grins. That's what I do.
Is there anything you want to achieve here, Layla? While we're here?
I want to do my usual, going for the town, getting a feel for the place and the people, see what I can pick up.
Do that during the day tomorrow?
Yes.
When we're just milling through town? Yeah.
I mean, we're going in pairs, so I'll take my man if that is fine.
Yep.
No.
We aren't going in just pairs.
Well, all right,
Three to
hang
four.
out with
Three,
Viera.
3s to 4s.
How about Samira and Cassis go and I take Viera for once?
Hey!
3s to 4.
3s to 4s. So
Then we all go together.
we can split into. Can we split into 3s? Ibrath,
Well, we have.
me.
Yeah, with Nimrod, yes.
Yeah, we could.
I'm sticking with Layla. I don't know what you're doing.
We'll see in the morning. Don't know if we can split up 3 to 3.
Well, we can do Cassius, Layla, Brath, Samira, Nimrod, myself. That's 3s.
Excellent.
And then
Perfect.
Ibrath can keep his eye on the 2 unruly people in the group.
Excuse me.
Come
Grins.
on. All right.
But, yeah,
Yeah, alright,
let's get some rest.
let's see what tomorrow brings.
Lila will fold a blanket, an extra blanket from one of the cupboards, and put it on the floor for a breath. So he has it soft and nice and comfy.
Oh, thank you very much. Ibrath gets the bed.
Cozy
I mean-
bits.
Priorities, I guess.
She raises her hand. It's like,
does.
that's on you. He's not getting my bed.
I sit down anyway. I don't lie down. So
Then she folds the blanket one
all-
more time
it's
in
all
half,
good.
so you have it like there. You have a softer seat now.
Well,
Thank
the
you.
Brath doesn't necessarily need pillows, so you can take the pillows.
Oh, he needs those pillows. He gets really grumpy in the morning if he doesn't have his pillows.
What else does he chew on if not the pillows?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't actually tell me. I don't want to know
Layla
what
is
he
like,
actually chews on.
we have a window here. Do we want to let him out? I mean, he's been quite patient, I think, going around in the day.
He's been in the countryside for the last like 4 days. He doesn't
I
need to
mean,
go around.
in this city, they didn't really.
A Braff is patting the window.
He does want to get outside.
But you've got a travel in groups of 3, Ibrath.
He pats the window.
Yeah. Just
I
open
mean-
up the window and let him out.
I can
He's-
let him back
he's
in.
about-
You want me? You
He's
want me
about
to
as
continue with him?
And some Bo and Winnie with him.
Oh, that's 3.
Yeah. Gotta
Bo
make sure
would be
that's trio.
delighted because he hasn't been going around in a while.
Yeah.
And Viera will just pat Ibrath on the head, like ruffling between the ears, and then like bop him on the nose very lightly with her finger and say, "You've got to look after Bo and Vinny
No.
if you go."
I just look at Ref and
He
say,
blinks.
Good luck."
Have
and I
fun.
and I pop Bo out, and I
Yeah,
tell him to keep close to the cat, please.
He salutes. Vinny
Yes.
mirrors him immediately. Although again in that weird 2D way where like it just looks weird. Right. Hi Chief!
Mm.
And they climb on top
Alright.
of a Braff.
Yeah,
Who's
after
like-
the spook.
Who's
After the
like, okay, they're non-weight enough to not bother him that they're on top of him.
After the spook of what happened with the priestess, Vinny just totally blends into the fur.
Yeah.
It's not even visible.
And then we have a pine cone riding on top of a cat.
Yeah.
Alright.
In a little hay dress, yes. With a mask, yeah, it's great.
I was just looking at it and just smiling.
Next session is called The Familiar Adventure.
Yeah,
And I
20
guess so.
adventures. And as they leave, Layla looks at this like, I feel like I need a familiar as well.
I'm just waving off my child. Just go first day at school.
And if you ask Samira nicely, I'm sure she can teach you.
The window, by the way, because the town is staggered in a way, so like the window is like, although it's not like close to the ground, it's like a floor up, it's still low enough for a powerful cat with powerful muscles to jump back in for the window, no problem. FYI.
All right.
All good?
Alright, there they go.
There's a
Mhm.
trio.
If the town is burned down, is this the following morning? It's definitely not Bo's fault. I'm just prefacing
It's
that.
obviously Bimbo's fault, but it's fine. I've got create water prepared, so I can
Right.
create rain clouds all over the place.
All right,
I don't know
I'm-
if you have enough.
I'm just telling you,
I
just
have
in
enough rain
advance.
clouds.
If the dragon skeleton collapses on the town, it's also not Bo's fault.
If Vinny comes back having learned anything inappropriate, I'll let that out on you.
That's also not Bo's fault.
That's your fault.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Good. All right.
Okay. So, what else are you guys doing?
I'm gonna crash.
You're gonna crash.
Yeah, same. I'm off to bed.
Yeah, it's been a long day, so settle down and get ready for sleep.
Awesome.
You.
Probably. Probably a couple of hours after these bow. So that she's up a couple of hours before them.
Okay, so you were crashing when? Like around 10?
What time is it now? Like 8? Crash around about. Well, they're going to be up at 4.
No. You're gonna lie around and roll around in bed apparently in the morning.
Okay.
Maybe.
I'll crash at like 11ish.
Okay,
let's say sun when the sun comes up.
I would say you lay down quite early, so you're gonna roll around in bed for an hour, and then you're gonna fall asleep, and I'm gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 5 a.m. And it's probably one of those things like, oh, people traveling for days. Fuck it, I'm just gonna roll on and sleep for another hour because it's dark outside. At some point, Brav came back with the trio, with the duo. Layla has been like just chilling. I guess you woke up like around what, 3, 2, or 3, 4? 3.
Yeah, like 3, half 3ish.
Yeah.
And she would just pull out all of her equipment, string her bow, oil the bow, unstring the bow, just test all her
Layla's gonna
equipment, basically.
actually join you in that.
Mhm.
Although she doesn't have a lot of equipment, but like she cleans the staff, right? Cleans her boots and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, we can have some RP in the week.
Yeah. Mostly she's just like enjoying the quiet, like just, sitting next to you and just, it's almost like meditative, right?
Yeah, that's what Viera uses it for. It helps focus her mind. It's kind of, it's a routine. Can't think of the other word.
Yeah, repetitive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's a routine that she does regularly to A, to make sure her equipment's in good condition, and B, just kind of calm her mind from thinking about 500 things.
And then around 5:30, she's gonna like, pat the sides of the bed and wake up Samir and Cassius with a shitty drink.
Morning.
Good morning!
Ooh, I feel much better already.
Rise and shine.
Okay, Ellie, is it even light out yet?
I chilled for most of the night.
Of course she did. Hello. Good morning.
She will kiss you on the forehead and be like, go brush your teeth.
Oh. Okay, getting ready. Busy day.
Come on, if you get ready, we can catch breakfast downstairs. Just a dawn.
Breakfast, yeah, yes. Okay.
First things first.
I think I heard Giuseppe and Luisa already pass our room. Viera heard them too. We'll see. Viera heard them too.
Alright.
Yes, I did.
Because Giuseppe is really fucking loud, so.
Oh, good. That's why we were extra quiet.
Yeah. Basically, what you heard is like Giuseppe going on about something nerdy, and Luisa just going very loudly. Mm-hmm. You can literally hear the eye roll for the door.
Poor Louisa.
Alright.
So yeah.
Getting ready. Taking longer than usual. Getting ready.
Taking as long as usual.
Okay, and then you're gonna go downstairs to the tavern thing.
By the way, Smira has always been very fashionable, but today seems to have purposely gone for the pretty look.
Describe that, please, because that's very vague.
Yes.
Yes, usually during the travels and everything, she has been very bare practicality. Let's just rush out of the tent and let's go. And she's not as much dolled up as she usually was even in Tucson, but she has put all of her jewelry on. Like I said, the piercings are in now, the earrings are in now, her ring is on now, as well as armband. She has light makeup, but first makeup since a week. And not in the usual lumpy practical adventuring clothing, but actual like form-fitting stuff now.
Somebody is glad that she's back in the town. Layla grins.
Sure.
Yeah, glad she's in the town. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Is it a special occasion?
No,
Layla and Cassius exchange knowing glances.
No special occasion, no. I guess you could say I'm glad to be back in town.
Bullshit. That's Layla.
All right then. If you want to be that way, okay.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Very obvious cough, yes. Sounds like you're coming down with something. Do you need to rest even more?
No, it's fine. Oh, look, it's the researchers, and she kind of like drags Cassius along.
Why?
Nimrod is not downstairs yet.
Mm-hmm.
I assume Abrav is coming with you. Is he
Sleeping in the bedroom, probably.
sleeping in the bedroom? Yeah, because it's daylight. Yeah.
Leaving Vinny with a bra because gotta go with trios.
Yeah.
Leaving Bo with a breath.
They did report to you once you got up that they had a successful hunt.
I will purposely avoid asking what was part of a successful hunt.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
He will give you a peculiar detail. I'll just give you that. I was like, oh, we were hunting some twigs. Very, very tough to hunt twigs. Chief.
Twigs.
Twigs.
Right. Very tough. Like they run very fast, or?
Yes.
Right.
And then he did through all the like motion, how like he jumped in with Vinny and Vinny like did something, and you kind of get a blur of like movements from both of them, and he does like a karate chop and like breaking something across his knee, and yeah.
Wow. All right. I'm gonna like check around first in the room if he stashed something, if he stole something.
No.
I'm disappointed. I don't tell him this, but I'm disappointed.
There is nothing to stash in the room. I want to point it out.
Alright.
There's nothing shiny, right?
No, but during his, I don't know, he was outside. Could have picked
Yeah,
the ball
but from the
out.
description, like Abrav just beeline for outside nature, right?
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And they were hunting twigs, right?
Okay.
Anyway, so you take a seat with the researchers. So I want to point out that you guys have left me a whole bunch of questions. Some of them are at the researchers, so if you want to ask questions now, that would be the perfect time.
For the things I want to ask, I need the stone.
You gotta ask me about the stone, or I gotta pop out the stone.
Well, not in the middle of the tavern.
There's like not many people at this time of day. Like this is not like the casual people are in this all the freaking time.
Okay. Well, I'm first gonna.
Next to the researchers, you are actually only guests at the moment.
Oh, okay. But the bartender's there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit a little bit closer to Bertrand. And at some point I'm gonna like strike up like a little bit, like not hushed, well, so hushed enough that the bartender doesn't hear. wouldn't be able to hear.
Mm-hmm.
But not hiding it from anyone else. On the table, and I'm gonna ask him. So, Bertrand, we talked a little bit yesterday about the the king.
Yeah.
But some other information that I forgot to mention. The person I made this bargain with, he's not necessarily like mortal. He's one of Destrian's kind, as far as I know. So, you said that those imposters, that they were mortals, right?
Oh, I mean, I can only convey what I've read about them. So, what sparse information is available tells the story of, like I said, this Undying King being one of the Undying Gods, and the Undying Gods, or pretender gods, are used to be immortals, but it's not exclusionary. There might have been some either long-lived creatures or even immortal who have gained similar power and taken on the same reputation. I mean, it's different. There's such a mixture of they don't even come from the same type of magic always. Some of them have like obtained their godlike powers and status through blood sacrifices and blood magic. Some of them feed upon their worshippers. In some of them are just simply deceptive tyrants. And like I said, the worst of their kind were the Lich Gods, or that's what they were called, or called themselves. I mean, the Pretender Gods were the most famous of the Undying God bunch. They were of the old Imperium. Well, that's now outside geography, but on the Avanor continent. And during their rule, they were just known simply as the Ascended, not even as these Undying Gods. But they weren't necessarily cruel to their worshippers. And while they had the admiration of those they held power over, the historic records would later teach that they had no right to rule since they were false gods. And their reign came to an end during the Divine Rebellion when Andarion, paragon of the Horus of the True Divine, raised an army and defeated the Ascended, bringing the Imperium, bring it down. That was about...
Sorry, the name of who? Sorry?
Andarion, Here, I'll post it to you.
That's a name.
Yeah. Ushering a completely new age, and actually reset a lot of the human calendars reset at that point in the outside world. It started out like an entire new era, which started approximately 1,500 years before the Red Light.
Sorry, how long?
1,500 years before the Red Light.
Okay.
And like I said, the Lich Gods specifically, these were necromancers or already powerful liches who use necrotic energy to become extremely powerful, even more so. So they use the powers of undeath to rule over the worshippers, usually enslaved, living or undead. They were originally found, well, again, this is outside geography, but they were mostly found in Riomar and Esudar, and they were called Drogar kings there. And sometimes they were also appearing in the lands of Ashendor and Korash. On the latter two continents, there were many Lich Gods after the events of the confluence of He stops himself like, I'm sorry, it's history. That's my thing.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I've long since blended everything out. My eyes are blank.
But most of the empires were destroyed by the living. It is uncertain how many Lich Gods actually survived in these lands, hiding in secret cults or sleeping far away in tombs until they can awaken anew. There's like so-called forsaken cults that travel the many lands, or used to be at least outside, to find these various Lich Gods and pledge their lives to them and serve them and wake them up. And the Undying King was one such, or like had such a forsaken cult, which once saw the rise of this new Lich God in Avenor's kingdom of Aramanthia. I will give you the kingdom name here. Aramanthia. Also, I will actually copy paste this to you.
Please.
Yeah. And during the Age of Death, Aramanthia was conquered and ruled by this Lich God and his forsaken cultists. And the lands of Aramanthia suffered to undead and necrotic energies and plagues, of which many still linger. There are remnants of these plagues, even on the inside world. And he was only defeated after the heroic return of the nation's prince, who rallied the people and slew the necromantic masters, including the king. However, it proved near impossible to kill this Lich God. So the prince ordered him to be dismembered and the pieces to be spread randomly across all of the lands, forever guarded and to be kept apart. And the Lich God himself came to known as the Undying King.
Do you remember the name of this prince by any chance?
That escapes me now. That escapes me now.
Okay. Right.
Give me a moment. He's like thinking about it. It was something like the bloody-handed. Cass. It was Cass. Prince Cass the bloody-handed. Chris is cringing so hard right now.
Right. Okay.
But the truth is that Lich Gods, like with most Undying Gods, can't truly die anyway. They are effectively immortal. And some could argue that they are, there's this whole creation myth. Some argue that they're more immortal than the creators and the mantles themselves. It's to actually kill a Lich God is considered nigh impossible, if not completely impossible. For one of the reasons being they use these so-called powerful phylacteries, where they trap parts of their soul. So even if you kill them, they can come back using these phylacteries. But even if the phylactery is destroyed, sometimes a Lich's soul can still survive, which is why mortals sometimes use certain rituals to trap them and kind of use them as a power source. Although that's always a dual-edged sword. Can go horribly wrong. That's feeds into the whole school of necromancy as a magical school.
Right. So it's possible that something of this king survived and I don't know how, but found its way sort of to the world that I come from. At least a part of him did. Okay. Thank you, Bertrand, for all of this.
My
I
pleasure.
will definitely visit your school. Yeah, and I'm just gonna mull on that a little bit.
Anyways, Giuseppe, you said something about a spell last time, right?
Oh yeah. Then once basically it says once he's done with the breakfast, he will go to the local lodge, the Callers
Yeah,
Club.
So you have an idea what kind of spell you're looking for, right? Could you tell me a bit more about its parameters? Like, what are the... would you... I know range and something is a thing for teleports.
What would you like to know? He will ask.
Well, are there like requirements needed to... I know I have something on my, abilities that can only... They can teleport to, but it's within
He
a
will
range
say
and...
that it falls under the school of conjuration, which is not his specialty. So he needs also to go if the spell is there. He needs to look at the requirements.
Okay, so you...
as far as he knows, it's it doesn't require any physical spell components, and the range is 500 feet. And it's you and another person. However, he knows that if you don't know exactly where you're going to, you have the risk of actually ending up in a wall or a rock, at which point it can be it can cause serious injuries and be even lethal.
Does that other person have to be willing to come along?
He is not sure.
Okay, that's an important fact to know. Alright. If you wouldn't mind asking then when you...
Yeah.
If it's available, thank you.
Did you guys want to ask about necromancy at this point?
What the fuck do necromancers even do? Please elaborate.
Yes. Because Bertrand kind of mentioned it, so it was kind of like a natural segue into that. He will explain it. It's actually gonna Ava. It's gonna be Ava that explains it. Necromancy is a school of magic similar to transmutation, but it manipulates the power of life, unlife, and the life force itself. A caster who specializes in the necromantic school is called a necromancer. Duh. Spells involve, to a large part, the undead. It's a large portion of the school. A lot of the spells focus on draining abilities, draining life force from others, and then utilizing it for something else. It is the school most associated with lichdom, a process that allows the caster to live, or rather exist, in an undead state indefinitely by securing the essence in a receptacle known as a phylactery. She kind of gives a nod to Bertram. And then she will go basically for like the most commonly known spells like Chill Touch, Spare the Dying, False Wounds. I will just give you the list of spells she mentions out loud. And she will like Bertram and Ava will kind of like corroborate, explain what these spells do. So Viera will recognize Finger of Death. Cassius, you will recognize Circle of Death as what Amalia cast on top of you guys at the stones.
Vera would ask how powerful a spellcaster would have to be to cast Finger of Death. Sounds powerful.
They will tell you that it's a 7th level spell. It's a very, very high level spell.
That's what the grandfather used.
Oh, wow.
However, they will also point out that spells like Heal and Cure Wounds come originally from the School of Necromancy, as they're basically the manipulation of life energy. So you have inflict wounds, but you also have cure wounds. You have harm, but you also have heal as the opposing. And they've also point out that anything like revivify, resurrection to resurrection, this is all necromancy because it is the manipulation of life energy.
Deals with life and death.
Yes.
Two sides of the coin, basically.
Yes.
Mhm.
It can be used for very good things, like spare the dying to stop, like to prevent, to help somebody like not die to begin with, or gentle repose to stop any kind of decay if you need more time to revivify them later. Very useful things. So necromancy, they will point out both of them. Like actually, they're all agree. I mean, Louisa doesn't participate, but like Bertram, Giuseppe, and Ava all agree that necromancy in itself is not a evil school. It's what you do with it.
It's a tool, yeah.
It's a
like
tool,
a sword,
like everything
right?
else. Like, they will say, like, you have, for example, you can create a fireball and you can use it to protect your loved ones, or you can burn a village down. So,
I'm not saying anything.
yeah.
Or you can raise skeletal servants and have them serve you food. There's nothing inherently evil about that.
I mean, Eva will point out that there are cultures, even in the inside world, that where it's part of the culture of once their loved ones is like they gift their body to their people after death to be willingly reanimated,
Raised,
so
yeah.
they can keep serving their people. There have also been accounts where like battles have been won because people have raised their fallen soldiers. And they defended their homes and families using that. So
Yeah.
it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Farmers who don't need to worry about the amount of weight they're carrying and can work all day in
Yeah.
extreme temperatures, essentially. They're allowing people to do more meaningful things with
Yeah.
the time instead
She
of
will say,
farming
like,
food.
imagine if you would replace mining workers who are risking their lives down there in caverns that could collapse, or with poisonous
Yeah.
gases. It can have its use.
I think as long as the person gives their permission for it, I don't see a problem with it inherently. Like, obviously, raising someone against their will is a different story.
She will point out, actually Giuseppe will point this out, the transmutational aspect of necromancy is that for bigger things, you need more life force, even to reanimate these bodies, which can at higher levels cause a disbalance where and they talk specifically about resurrection, where like you bring somebody back and somebody else randomly will drop because there is
Yep.
only a limited amount of energy in the world.
We've seen that.
it happen.
Yeah.
So
yes, we're
it
familiar
is
with that.
a very useful school of magic if used wisely and sparingly. They will also mention Speak to Dead. Cassius, you will get like a little tingle in the back of your head. It feels, I'm not even joking, it feels very familiar. Intimately so. When they describe the effects of the spell. Like almost like instinctively you recognize something familiar.
So when they describe it, what do they say? Does it give some like life force as well, or?
No, they will describe the spell as it really works. Like it
As it-
animates a dead body as long as it has like as per spell. This is why I give you the list. So basically, if you see the spell on the list, you now know how it works. You know what it does. You know what it looks like. The parameters of it. And feel free to use this as in-character knowledge from now on.
And
Okay.
That would be really creepy if somebody started talking to that giant dragon skeleton outside.
Sounds like a bad idea.
Sounds like you might have a town who dislike you for it, given that it's their reverent god, essentially.
Your ancestor, yeah.
Sounds like a bad
They
idea.
will, however, point out if Amalia is a necromancer, these are all potential spells she can do.
Well, she certainly used some of them.
She already used the
Circle of Death.
circle one. She did.
That's a 6th level spell. That's already very close to the grandfather, by the way.
Yeah.
Delightful.
However, she was forced off by 8 giant owls, so she can't be that powerful. Maybe I should have used 8 giant owls versus the
Giuseppe
grandfather.
and Ava will point out, well, the thing is that with casters, we're very powerful at a distance. Not so much up close and personal.
Yeah.
And that's when we will take it by surprise.
Well, okay, but just definitely don't stand in the circle radius. Sounds like that seems like an even worse idea than talking
We'll
to a
take
big
that into
giant skeleton.
consideration, yes.
Yeah. At this point, Giuseppe will be like, okay, all right, I need to go, and he will go with Louisa and with Louisa.
Oh,
They need to go in threes.
we agree.
Threes.
Bertram will follow.
Give them a wink as they leave.
I think I remember the suggestion coming from one of the NPCs about three, so
Okay,
I'm
Bertram.
insisting on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems only fair.
Right.
Exactly.
Good. I finished preparing my spells for the day as well. In the meantime.
It's always good to hear. I'll also finish preparing my spells for the day.
And I'm just good to go.
Well, just so you guys are aware of what my capabilities are today, a lot of it focuses around water. So unsurprisingly.
Interesting. Okay.
So I can create or destroy water. I've got protection from evil and good, specifically against celestials. So it's a concentration. I can only do it on one person. But the idea is that if we go to the temple and it is possible to make scrolls, then it's possible I could create scrolls of protection from celestials, basically.
That's
And
useful.
it makes
Sounds
it
like a good idea, but it does
makes it
take a
really
while.
hard for her to actually attack you, basically. Area of effect stuff like a fireball or a circle of death will still just flat out hit you. But if she's targeting with something, she's got to she really has to try hard to hit you with it.
Okay.
Okay.
That would be like making a scroll. I think would take too much time, but because it took me a while when I was doing it.
Yeah, but that might be something we can buy from her.
Yeah, maybe you can use it like you can describe it and she would know then.
Well, I mean, if she's a priestess, she probably has access to this sort of stuff anyway. So
Yeah.
it's very simple level magic. So, but yeah. Anyway, I've got that. I've got the usual speak with animals in case I desperately need to talk to Ibrath about something that needs words. Aura Vitality, which is what I used to heal everyone up a couple of nights ago. Call Lightning, just in case she's flying off.
Good, yeah.
She'll get a bit of a shock. I've got my usual Conjure 8 Shadow Panthers or Conjure 8 Giant Owls, in case that also helps.
Your very large hammer, yes.
Yes. The usual Revivify, because we seem to be using that a little bit too often today. And the last one, which is a spell I haven't used since Tiffany taught it to me, but I've got Wall of Water.
Oh.
Basically does what you would expect it to do. Any fire damage that goes through the wall is very much reduced. And anything that's a missile weapon, so trying to fire my bow through it is ridiculous. That won't work.
Very useful to have a wall, yes.
But I can make it a ring, around us.
All right.
So if for any reason we have a giant fire smoke elemental cropping up from somewhere, then we can ring ourselves with water, at least reduce any kind of fire damage that might come from that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I guess we should get a move on.
Yep.
What is
I-
on the plan for right now?
Priestess first, and walk through
Yeah.
town.
She's there. Otherwise, we do need to get some other supplies.
Ava will be like, I'll be in our room.
Okay.
If you...
Oh, we also do need to actually, Avaharia, we also at some point need to try to locate Amalia, but it seems like she can normally sense
Up
different
to 5
types.
miles, yeah.
Different types of creatures, right? And you only sense the one.
Yeah, that was last night though. I haven't done it this morning, so...
Though we do know that that person can change, maybe even in a deeper way, though it doesn't register.
Yeah, so would she
No,
use...
because I sensed elves the first time and she didn't ping as an elf. And
Okay.
Well,
would you
Ava
know
will
something?
point out, like, she needs to know the person to be able to scry on them. Like, she knows Amalia only from what she looked like at the party. If she looks any different, that's not going to help. She could try to locate
could you... Like,
an
is there
object,
any way...
but she doesn't know anything that Amalia is wearing on her.
Do you remember her having something consistently? No, right?
No.
Yeah, that's too bad. Fucking hell. Or maybe she's just out of range and you need to try again whenever, a couple of times.
Right,
She said she can locate creatures, but she needs to be familiar with the, like, she needs either like a picture, a good description, an illusion showing her.
Can
I can
anybody
do
do
that.
an illusion?
I can do that. And in the palm of my hand, I try as good as possible to fit. Actually, no. Did we see her in this? No, we did see her in
We did in the form, yeah.
the form, whatever. So with prestidigitation, I create a minor illusion in my hand. Illusionary image for 6 seconds.
In the meanwhile, Vera, how long does it take for you to try and check for her?
A minute?
Would you mind trying that now?
Yeah, I can try.
Thank you.
Slip into sensing celestials.
Ava will nod and is like, I will have to do this later because I need to prepare.
Okay.
Alright.
And Viera, you ping the Celestial in the same temple as prior.
Snap her eyes open suddenly. She's in the temple!
No. Alright.
Well, there's only one Celestial in the temple. If she is in the temple, then the priestess is dead.
Possible.
Let's hope not, because we'd be going right to her.
Yep, let's exploit plans. Woo!
Ha ha. But yes, we can maybe, when we're going towards the temple, maybe we could stop by the jewelers for the diamond?
The silversmiths, if he's a silversmith, probably won't have gemstones, but we can try. I mean, the priestess might have some.
I mean, you had your idea about shaving some of it off,
Layla
right?
will send you free off, and she said she's gonna stay with Ava, and then take a stroll with Ava later because Ava basically counts like 2 people.
If Layla?
Yes.
Alright. You're just gonna do stupid ass comments as well after this, but if you see Nimrod when he comes down, just let him know that we're off. Don't know when they come back. When we'll come back.
I will let him know if we're still here. She gives you
Thank
finger
you.
guns
Thank you.
and doesn't give you a shit. It didn't comment.
Thank you.
She gives you a wink and a gentle smile.
Come on back. Alright, let's well, we can try to see if the diamond thing is feasible or not.
Who out of you can send messages? Samira can send a message. Giuseppe can send messages? Avahira?
Avahara can't.
Layla?
No.
Well,
Can
Vinny is
Can
Vinny
anyone
is
else?
in my room. Vinny is in my room. Layla, if there's any trouble, just pop by Vinny. Vinny can contact me, and Poe can contact Cassius.
Not so far.
Okay, go to Vinny.
If we're within 100 feet, he can.
Just go to Vinny.
Can you just tell Vinny to keep checking up on them every now and then, make sure they're okay?
I can do it, but only if they stay in the inn. If they leave, then you have to take Vinny with you.
We're just trying to make sure that we've all got the ability to send a message, just in case.
Yeah. If it wouldn't bother you or Layla, just take Vinny with you when you leave.
She nods.
All right. Thank you.
And I give her a kiss goodbye in case we all die.
Oh, you get a proper kiss goodbye, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'll pass the message off to Vinny that they'll get picked up sometime today, so and you just let it happen.
Let it happen.
How does one pick up a 2D shadow?
Offer a hand and just glide right over.
He just slithers on there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Delightful.
Okay.
Heading over to the priestess at the temple first, I guess.
Yes.
Yep. Lead the way.
I will let Samira or Cassius do the talking because it's probably in Celestial.
Well, people can talk normally.
We'll start with a greeting in Celestial, but then switch over to Common.
All right, we just have to. We're not in Hoya.
So?
Okay.
Okay. Oops. I popped it early. Yeah. Let me reload scene. There we go. We can see the town again. Okay, you head out into the town and to the temple, which is again, if you did here where the jawbone is, that's basically where it is.
Alrighty.
There's otherwise no structures inside the head.
Like what I was gonna say, like most of the time they avoided the bones, but you said that this one was like carved into it,
Carved
right?
into it, yes.
Interesting that this one is a exception.
And this was a temple to the mother and what? Sorry?
The father and
mother
the
of
mother, both.
Oh,
actually.
to both.
Mhm.
Okay.
Huh. Interesting.
In a kind of mother and father cycle of life representation.
Yeah.
Not a motif you have seen before.
All right.
Okay. So, it's not a lot of space in there. It's like, it doesn't fit all three of you stepping inside. It's like more of a shrine than a temple, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, who's stepping inside? Because she's in there.
Fiera will hang outside and is keeping a watch.
I'll let Cassius lead and just kind of hover behind him.
Yeah, I'm first going to... Is there It's probably a doorway, right? It's just not
It's
open.
more like a curtain.
Okay. Just gonna stand by the curtain and just softly, like, say hello, and repeat in Celestial.
She will open the curtain and step out.
Oh.
And you can't really tell that she's looking at you because you need pupils for that, right? So you can tell she's looking at you by the way she turns her head towards you, right? She's a very tall woman. She's taller than you, Cassius. Actually, she's 6 foot tall, slender. The skin is going, like, depending on how the light hits her, is somewhere between ashen actually and dark ebony, right? There is something. Her skin looks almost like it's ceramic. And her long black hair is braided tightly into these like twisty coils. She is covered in gold, like the bracelets, jewelry, and even has like sprinkles of gold across her face.
Interesting choice, but I'm not one to speak.
It doesn't look bawdy, right? It doesn't look cheesy on her, like, you know, it doesn't look kitschy. It looks how to put it, more tribal, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she will turn her head. Basically, you get this like impression that she's like looking across all of you. And then
Including
basically
me outside.
well, she's outside. She stepped outside, yeah. She opened the curtain and stepped outside, so she's like looking at all 3 of you. And then basically turn her head towards Cassius in front of her again, and basically ask you in Celestial what she can do for you.
Yes, good morning. Sorry to intrude so early, but we're new in town, and we were wondering if you could help us in a couple different ways. Would you mind if we step inside?
She will point out that there's not really room to step inside.
Not really. Okay. How many people are on the streets? It's busy, or?
It's not as
This
busy
area?
in this corner. This is not a business area at all.
Okay.
Again, there's also no buildings inside the Cascal, so it's actually pretty sparse.
Okay. Then if we're gonna say us outside, I'm just gonna continue in Celestia. So I'll first introduce myself and introduce Viera, and let Samira introduce herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I will ask her if she, basically what her role is in the town, what the temple is about. Basically,
And I'll just ask if it's possible for my friend here to be able to speak common.
She switches to common, accent free, by the way. Like, no
thank you.
problem.
Mhm.
And she will explain in a very soft, like this, like deep, warm, soothing voice. Imagine like a perfect British accent. I'm not doing an accent. But basically, she explains that this is a little shrine dedicated to the cycle of life between the father, the aspect of the father, and the aspect of the mother, as a unity. Which she has built here since the demise of the Great Worm. As she kind of like strokes the bones help her maintain the connection to the I wanted to say divine, but it's not divine. It's like, you know, whatever the word equivalent of divine is, that is not meaning divine.
Esoteric?
Not esoteric, like spiritual.
Just spiritual.
Yeah,
the
thank you.
spiritual.
Okay.
Spiritual
Thank you.
connection.
Yeah, spiritual connection when she prays. And she kind of just is here to guard the bones.
To guard the bones. Okay.
I mean, creatures of this persuasion, she will explain, even dead, have a trace of power remaining in them.
And great, somebody else may want to try and use that.
Yes, she said occasionally there is the occasional fool, and she will like literally say fool, who will come here and try to like chip away pieces of the bone, and for spell ingredients, basically.
Morbid.
Yeah. She does point
Speaking
out
of-
it's like it can be used to create magic items, but you know, she doesn't do that.
Speaking of spell components, do you offer any kind of temple services, or do you have any components for regular spells that we may be able to purchase from you? For
She
example,
doesn't have
diamonds?
many. She doesn't have many components beyond what she uses for her own needs, but she can provide services, which she does regularly for the townsfolk.
Okay. Can you do stuff like protection from good and evil?
She can't do that, but she can do stuff, and she will basically tell you like stuff like lesser restoration, and revivify, and she can dispel magic if
So you
have
have diamonds for revivifies.
She procures them from the local jeweler, as the mines occasionally bring up.
Produce one.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it the silversmith, or is there a jeweler as well,
The
or is it
jeweler.
the same person?
Separate.
There's two people then. Okay.
Yeah.
Where can we find the jeweler?
She will say that that's the Ruby Slippers. That's what the shop is called.
So it produces rubies as well here.
She says she doesn't know the exact makeup because she is not a miner, but as far as she knows, the silver mine comes up with all kinds of various things, including precious gemstones.
Okay.
Probably because of the former volcanic activities.
Yeah, it's a volcanic region. So, okay. Good to know.
Hmm.
And it's a bit of a strange question, maybe, but do you perhaps know of any other of your kind that's been around lately here? And just because
She will
first of all-
smile at you and basically go, I haven't seen one of my kind in many, many hundreds of years, child.
I think she
Alright.
meant just celestial in general.
No, she like literally means she hasn't seen any of her other celestial in hundreds of years.
So Samira's the first.
No, and I'm Asima, not Celestial.
Oh, but because you are celestial, you know, Asimar, I mean, sure.
That's what I mean, like on the range of celestial, obviously, has she ever seen anybody or nobody? And she's now sitting and staring at Samira.
Asimar are not exactly welcome in this country to begin with, so seeing one is unheard of. This
Yeah,
deep
so
into the country.
Does she look surprised by Samira's appearance then, or?
She looks. It's difficult to tell. She doesn't have a wide emotional range. She's very constantly calm.
Insight check.
Yeah.
I will join you in this one.
Nope, not for me.
Cassius can roll with advantage.
Beat that.
He can't.
Lol. Nope.
That was almost a 1.
So Viera,
Mm.
you know this kind of calm from your people, from the old ones who have seen, been around.
Mhm.
It doesn't really. You get to the stage in life where like you have seen shit, rinse, repeat,
Do I get
20,000
the
times
impression?
over.
Yeah, do I get the impression this is somebody who's seen everything? Wars, plagues,
You
famines.
get a similar impression, like from your people who have been around hundreds of years, right?
Yeah. Okay.
If
So
not,
she's old.
she's old. Yeah, she has that like.
And I know that Azamar tend to only live to be like 100, 150, so
This
she's
is not an Azamar,
at
no.
all. Yeah.
And with the comment of like that she hasn't seen one of her kind in hundreds of years, it's easy to pin like
Actual celestials.
This is not an Asimar. Absolutely not. Like you are you're basically getting Cassius with this role, you're getting slight Destrian vibes. Except like Destrian is scowling all the time. Indy is smiling vaguely benevolent, very lightly all the time.
Okay, what abbreviation do we have from her? Maiden Mummy?
Yikes.
She hasn't had any right yet. Come on.
Not
Come
to
on.
that level
We
of
just
title.
barely know her.
You equivalent her with Destrian.
Barely know her.
She
Kind of
seems also
obviously
very
picking up.
straightforward. I want to point out, so far she seems very straightforward, like giving you direct answers to your questions.
Yeah, picking up on all of this, Viera is hands down just going to say, like, apologize if this is offensive in any way, but would you mind telling me what you are, other than a Celestial? We've not come across, or I've certainly never come across someone like you before.
Well, she goes, she will explain that Celestials in general are powerful creatures that were made as the purest form of expression of the mantle of order. She will say that
That's
the
the father.
That is the father, yes.
Yep.
They're the counterparts to fiends, which are the expression of the mother. And just as fiends, Celestials have many different shapes and forms. As to herself, while she is something that is called an angel, or would be a subset of Celestial that is referred to by mortals as an angel. That is like the closest, like she says, the actual name of what they are in the truest form is unpronounceable by a mortal tongue, right?
Yeah.
So she doesn't even try. But the closest equivalent she can give you is like, well, mortals call us angels.
That's
I got it,
like
she's
Cassius is a
angel
little
auntie.
bit like Cassius is a little bit taken aback by this because of course like he has heard a lot about angels in general, so
Yeah.
Okay. I was and again, sorry, I was under the impression gold was like a vulnerability, harmful
it's
to your
almost-
kin.
She will
But
say it
here
is.
you are.
However, it also reminds her of home and of the pain of losing it.
So you're constantly in pain then, wearing all that.
She will nod, yes. And if she like, she'll raise her hand, and you can see the bracelet slipping down, and there's like, almost like not welts, but like pain scar tissue. Right.
Okay.
it's quite
You
a
can
burden.
you can see basically the whatever injuries she's suffering are real time healing.
The reason we're asking is because we have been recently accosted by someone who we believe to be
outright attacked by.
Mm-hmm.
believed to be a celestial as well, though a corrupted version, maybe.
I don't know if corrupt this is the right word, but she is soaked in the
Death
tree-
juice.
in the tree of pain.
Yeah. The black ooze. Do you know anything about the black ooze?
She
She's
said that the
familiar with
black. she will try to clarify what you mean with that. Like after some clarifications, she will say that this is a side effect of the balance of life and death being interrupted because of the barrier towards the outside. The circle of life, when souls transition, they usually go for this like, and again, explain this whole thing of like going into the ley lines outside into the fade, coming back and basically being recycled. She doesn't say recycling because that's not a word that exists in that world, but you know what I mean. It's like, it's recycling of energy, right?
Yeah.
Because
Probably
again,
repurposing.
energy, repurposing because energy in this world is finite. Now these souls have died; they couldn't move on. So as more and more people die, they are occasionally manifesting as this like sludge of suffering, right? That sometimes seeps through the cracks between the other side and, you know, this side, the dead and the living. And that is if something came back as a vengeful spirit, in this current situation, it is not unusual that it pulls with it traces of that sludge, and whoever is dealing with death magic probably is in contact with it as well.
Does that include life magic, like revivify? Because that's necromancy too.
Yes. I mean, yeah.
That's worrying.
She will say, when you're manipulating life and death energies, you always have a trace of touching it. However, it is worse when you're like reaching into the other realm, into death fully. To revivify is not as bad, you know, unless you like do hundreds of revivifies a day.
That would be a mountain full of diamonds.
Yeah.
Definitely not. And that would be expensive fast.
Just then, so that you know, this, well, like you said, this celestial, or what we believe is a celestial, is covered in it, and she's currently, as far as we know, not around.
Cassis, you can make it what she looked like, right? The form?
Well, I was going to say, do you know a lot about other kinds of celestials?
She nods,
Because
of course.
we're not sure what she is, and it would be useful to know.
And she will say, if you
she
show
has
me,
any
I might
strengths.
be able to help.
Okay. And I will use prestidigitation again to form an image in my hand.
Do the feathered flying version.
Yeah,
And
that's
she-
the image
Yeah,
I'm using.
and she has the ability to change into humanoid shape too.
All kinds of different forms.
And she
Presumably
nods,
any kind that she wants.
and basically like raises a hand to stop you because she knows exactly what this is. She will say this is a Quatl or Kuatl, which is
Those are inherently good beings normally.
she will point out that fiends and celestials are neither good or bad. They are merely expression of order and chaos. They can be neither, they can be both, they can be either or.
This one is definitely not good.
No,
She will be like,
not.
she cannot like cast judgment without knowing, but this type of creature is a Quatl. It's a winged type of like snake celestial. And yes, they're shapeshifters. Like many, like she will point towards herself, like, you are not seeing my true form right now.
Sure.
His wings
That
are a
makes
bit
sense.
cumbersome for moving among mortals.
Huh.
And in humanoid buildings.
So this Glottal, I'm almost ashamed to ask, but do you have any advice when dealing with this type of creature? This individual? I mean, we know what she's capable of in terms of she does manipulate death quite heavily. But otherwise... yeah,
She will be like, what are you trying to do?
confront her.
Well,
Uh,
yeah.
Which
We do not want to constantly fear for our lives as she's hunting after us.
She will be like, as you know already, the things that you know that we're vulnerable to, you already know. It is a flying creature. It is large, and beyond that, I cannot really tell you. And I also cannot really condone of another one of mine being put to slaughter. There are not many of us left, whether they're good or bad. It is not something I can aid you with.
How is there any way we can trap her that you would aid us with?
Oh, she herself doesn't have any kind of entrapment magic. And she is also personally finds it very sad to think of one of her kind trapped.
And I apologize for having put those thoughts into your mind, apparently.
She said if it were to her, to Indy, she would, like, if she was in a position of your opponent, she would prefer to die on the battlefield.
Right. Thank you in any case for the information, and I also apologize for bringing this up.
She doesn't seem perturbed, and also tells you that she is not.
No, but
yeah.
but still, like, as you see, like, especially because he's dealing with a fucking angel, so yeah, it's never a good subject. Thank you, at least.
Yes, thanks for hearing us out. Alright. Well, if we should go to the toilet then?
Yeah, I bid Indy farewell and just walk with the others.
She will tell you, however, that most of her kind have an innate kind of magic. It's part of them. The arcane arts are more something that fiends do. They just pull from within. But we'll see. Basically what you're saying, that fiends are more sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, more like warlocks and wizards, and
Celestials are more
more like
sorcerers.
more like clerics.
More priests.
Clerics, and sorcerers.
Celestials are divine magic. Fiends are arcane magic, essentially.
Alright. Alright.
Okay.
Let's
Well,
make a wave.
thank you for the info on the jeweler. I think that's our next stop.
Mhm.
So I was right. There is a silversmith and a jeweler.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were just confused on the details, apparently. Alright, let's make our way back into wherever she pointed. The red? The ruby slippers.
ruby
to be.
slippers.
Ruby slippers.
Ruby slippers.
Yep.
Alright.
So make our way through town.
Yeah. It's the jeweler is on Butcher Drive. That's the road called.
Butcher Drive.
yeah.
Should be a butcher on Butcher Drive.
Their specialty is actually brass rings, but they also do like a lot of silver and brass, and bronze, a lot of bronze as well. And they specialize in the kind of where they basically I mean, they have all kinds of things like ornamental jewelry, but it seems like their predominant mode of operation of what they like to do is the thread bending, where like you have like silver, how do you call it? God damn it. I'll give you an example. Give me a second. I have a good example of that kind of looks. Give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Favorites. Artisan. Like this kind of stuff.
Ah, okay.
But they
More
like
wire work. Yeah.
via work, yes. Thank you. I was struggling with the
I gotcha.
yeah. There's a plethora of gemstones, all kinds, semi-precious and precious ones. But you can see like the basically imagine Lunarian, but in this shop, right?
Imagine what?
What?
The thing that I just linked you, Lunarian.
the link, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is pretty. Very pretty.
But yeah, if you find anything like on Etsy or Pinterest that is like via work, let me know. They can probably make it.
And the wire work is generally out of silver.
Silver,
Bronze,
brass,
is it?
bronze,
Brass,
yeah.
Okay.
Some gold, not that much.
Mm-hmm.
Lots and lots of silver.
Is there anybody in the shop?
Yes.
Damien.
Who?
It is Matto Hatter. It's an old human with he has kind of like narrow thin lips. Average looking on the older side. He is like medium sized, thick in like a muscular sense. Has hazel eyes with light tan skin. There's some roughness, like there's this like odd combination of like having slender fingers that can like do fine work, but also having signs on the hand that he is also doing, you know, rough like forging and stuff, because he's probably also the person who smelts the shit down from the mine, right? The workshop itself doesn't have a full forge. It has the kind of like smaller stuff where like, you know, you can quickly heat something up to do adjustments and to make the metal pliable, but not like a full forge. So you don't know exactly where he's doing the proper like smelting it down and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He it's kind of like, you know, gives you a cautious look when you come in.
Okay.
Because he doesn't know your faces, so you can use the expressions like I don't know you, right? So, but you know, it's a shop, so
Before lingering at the doorway, this is a very long shot. There's no symbols or signs of any kind on the doorway
no.
carved in. I assume
No.
it's a wooden building.
Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty. Good morning, sir.
I'm not gonna RP him, you guys, but like
We need diamonds, please. Where the fuck are the diamonds?
Give us the diamonds.
Give. Or
The-
like the
The
shaving
price
thing.
for shaving down 2 500 gold piece diamonds into 300 gold piece diamonds,
With the shaving
leaving
part
us
left
with
behind.
the 200 gold piece shavings. Yeah, times 2.
what
Yeah.
say that again, please.
We have 2 500 gold piece diamonds,
Mhm.
shave them both down to 300,
And
which
the
is the
remaining
component for a
shavings.
Revivify,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and we get the 200 gold piece shavings, which is 2 lots of components for Glyphs of Warding.
Mhm.
He will also ask you if you want him to cut the diamonds down to like a certain shape as well while he's shaving them down. To basically
Nope.
turn them from like raw diamonds into cut diamonds.
Nah.
Sure. Why not?
That's extra money, most likely.
So how would you like it to look? Or like he will say like if you trust him to like get the
You're the
Okay.
jeweler.
Okay.
You cut it as you best see fit, as long as it's still worth 300 gold pieces. It's a spell component we have. And also, are you selling any other diamonds and rubies?
Depends on
Potentially?
what size you need.
300 gold, roughly.
He has some, yes.
Do you have anything worth? I don't think we need to worry about 1,000 gold piece yet, anytime soon.
We have
No,
one. We have one anyways.
Just the 300s. Do you guys have any other gemstone related components you need?
No.
Not that I know.
All of mine are covered already. So,
It's rare that any components in and of myself.
Hmm.
This is a rarity for me.
Just the. Do you have one extra 300 gold piece diamond that we could purchase?
Yes.
Fantastic.
And how much is the shaving?
It's 20% of the full price of the stone.
Of 300 or 500?
The 500.
So
That is
you
the
want
shaving plus,
you
cutting
want
it.
200 gold to cut
20%.
of 2 gems worth 500
Yeah, that's-
each. 20%
Okay,
is
100 gold
200 gold.
Sorry, yeah. 10%.
Okay, yeah, that's 100.
So 50 gold each, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, could
That's
do.
400 each for the whole deal here. No, 400 for the whole deal, I mean. With the extra 300 diamond.
Mhm.
Alright, we can do it out of the group fund. Will do. I'll pay him out.
How much
It
do we
will
have
take
left
him-
in that?
It will take him a day to shave down the diamonds, by the way.
Okay.
Okay.
We have group fund is looking a bit dry with 100 gold and 5 silver, but it's
You
it's
can
alright.
also take it out of mine.
We'll
No,
deal with that later.
We've got group funds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we get the other diamond now, though?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Put that in the pocket.
Mhm.
At least we have one. Just in case. While we wait for the others. And we'll pick it up tomorrow morning.
He nods. That sounds good.
Great. I guess you've paid up front, Lena, I guess.
It's
Great.
jewelry, so it's most likely to be paid up front.
Yes.
So yeah, I just thought of something. I might need to go back to Indy. If she can, she has her services, right? But maybe she
Yes.
has something that prevents things from becoming undead. She didn't seem to be too happy, but also not condone too much. So
Well, I imagine she would be happy to stop things like the dragon skeleton from becoming undead.
I was
So-
also thinking whatever we encounter in the Underhalls.
Yes.
And
What if it's like a pile of 50 skeletons?
Then we make bone powder.
I don't know. Then, but I would rather also avoid destroying remains.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a grey area, isn't it?
So, if you guys don't mind, because maybe she can actually.
Yeah, I mean, we
perhaps
can head
teach me.
back there. We're not doing anything else, so let's go. Worst case she's gonna say is she doesn't have it or no.
Or she
Well,
cannot teach me, but-
didn't Bertram say something about a spell that said something like that? Gentle repose, like that's against raising, right?
Yeah. Wasn't that normally a wizardly type spell though? I don't know.
It's something I think both her kind and But
yeah, I mean,
the-
it was kind of included in the good, more other side of the necromancy thing.
possibly.
Sounds something at least like would be useful for graveyards, or maybe it's clerically in the direction, so it wouldn't hurt to ask.
I can at least ask her if she could, but I mean, even the way that I learn magic might be completely different from her, so it might just not be compatible in that way.
Yes.
But I would be remiss to ask.
Yes,
Or
but
maybe in the lodge someone knows it.
we just have to be aware of how much we can get and how much is possibly
Are you
done.
talking about this in the jeweler shop or outside?
No,
No,
we're
just outside. Like
We
just
got
as
outside.
we
out
yeah.
in the street and walking back towards Indy, presumably.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Just have to be
basically
aware, like, from what I remember, it's just for one remains. If there's 15, having 15 on that hand, that's... I don't know.
well, but if it would take time, but if she's able to teach me,
Oh, teach you. Is that a thing you can do? Learn that?
it's not something I can do yet. But it might be.
Okay.
Like
That would be a good,
Destrin
interesting
told
idea.
me about different types of rituals, and he told me about a bunch of different spells that I could learn in time if I applied myself.
Alright.
Intense eyebrows.
Yeah.
Very,
So I'm intending
very
to.
much a good impression.
I'm intending to apply myself. Oh, thank you. I've been practicing. I'm intending to apply myself.
Yeah,
At least
well.
see if she can teach me, and if she's willing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
that seems much more reasonable, you
I mean,
learning that. Yeah.
Giuseppe's lodge might also teach it too if she doesn't. So
That's very true. They might teach different things that could be useful. I'll ask him about it. Depends on how much time we have. Okay.
are we in a rush?
Well,
Well, everything's kind of up in the air, so who knows?
Yeah, but I mean, let's face it. If we decide we're going to stick around for an extra 3 days,
Sure. Yeah.
Alright.
What makes no difference, really.
Let's visit her again.
Yeah. So going to visit her again
Mm-hmm.
and call out again. Just stay outside.
Yeah,
and,
she will come outside again.
And I will ask her if she would be able to teach me Gentle Repose. As a second
She
level
doesn't
ritual.
have that capability.
Okay. All right.
But she will point you towards. Let me just open up my notes. She will point you towards the Colors Club to Sebastian.
Is that like the Wizard's Lodge?
Yeah, you already heard the Colors Club from Giuseppe.
Okay.
That's an interesting way to spell it, alright. Sounds like Sebastian is Sebastian.
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Fucking hell. Some things do surprise me.
Why couldn't his name just be Bob?
No, you have to add a couple of umlauts and apostrophes there. It can't just be Bob.
One day you shall meet Bob Modella. Bob.
All right. What did she call it? The what lounge? What?
The Colors Club.
The
Collar.
Collars Club.
The Colors Club. Here.
Ring
Call-
calling callers? Yeah, callers, yeah. Interesting.
I guess the Callers Club is our next stop.
Yes.
If we find Bob, it's spelled like this, probably.
Yeah.
Boo.
Yep.
Yep. Absolutely. Or it's gonna be like some kind of weird Gaelic spelling. Where like it looks one way, but it's actually pronounced Bob. And you're like, how the fuck did you come from there to that?
Yeah. At least 15 syllables and then
Yeah,
Bob.
No, you forgot the silent H's. a blob.
Babe. Alright. I guess we go towards the Colors Club.
Fucking hell. We want to take a break now?
Yeah, we should take a break. Okay, let's take a break. Amazing dinner. No, no, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Nothing. No. Yeah, I was sharing the wrong thing. This is the thing. There. Yes, it's in the places folder under the journals. I will delete that out of the information. No, I have my own notes. I just forgot to. I basically copy pasted this entire thing. There, I edited that information out, but everything else is fine. Yes. What? Amalia, like Amalia Graf. Configure permissions. That shouldn't be happening. Observer. Oh, you just should have observer. You shouldn't have, like, I don't know. God damn it, don't look at it! Shush! Okay, there we go. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Delete. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, you have your handout there. And no, she doesn't. Yeah, it's fine. You can find it weird. Actually, I'm gonna even do configure permission, and I will give you owner on the Holostone info in case you want to add something at the bottom. There you go. So it's under journal and under places, and you have Holostone info. Yeah. It's been always there. It's just, I never mention it. Yeah, because it's on the website. Never mind. Moving on. Okay, so you're done with all this stuff. I would say at this point it's like again, I like unless you show super interest in any of these NPCs, I'm not gonna RP them. what I will give you on top of the information that you have also in the handout is that it's not really a lodge. It's like an old guy with an apprentice, right? They have mostly utilitarian spells. You will actually find Giuseppe there. Giuseppe is in the process of like copying some additional things that he didn't have with him, because the researchers would have told you, like, Ava and Giuseppe usually when they're traveling, they travel with like their travel spell books. Their full collections usually at home, because that's like a wizard's prized thing. They're not dragging it around, risking it getting destroyed. So they all have like smaller spell books they take with them for like, on the go. So this is why like they don't always have access to every spell that they might have, at home. And also because of the nature of the school for, the Unrealized, is that they have so many specialists in so many different schools. They don't really have a need usually to know every kind of magic of every kind of school, right? But basically, the available spells in this lodge, I shall put it into Discord in OOC. There. Yes. No, Grandpa is not that powerful of a wizard to begin with. Yeah. Well, you're not learning it, copying it into your spellbook, right? So, yeah. The 50 gold is considered, everything that it entails usually, so it's fine. Yeah. 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 Giuseppe pointed out that also the apprentice makes spell scrolls or pebbles of crushing, where like basically they have like a one-time use, because the miners usually have some of these spells that they take into the mines with them, or as like she has actually 2 crushing pearls of gentle repose, because this is like used for the mines all the time. No, she would have to make that. They never had a reason to make that. See, what they like have on stock is like usually dark vision, gentle repose, enhance ability, and locate object, because this is how they find the veins specifically, so they don't have to like dig all over the place. And floating disc. It's well, I mean, Chris has access. It's in the fucking resources. Where is it? In the document. It's 50 gold if you're ordering it. 25 if you are making it. And you have the workshop and stuff. Yes. Yeah. Not 25 gold. No. Yeah. Might be a day, yeah. Yes. That's a very good question, because usually enchanting something means you are casting it into the thing. I would say no, you can choose when you cast it. Is it a scroll? From a scroll, I would say you can choose. She can make 80 gold worth of. She can produce 80 gold worth of stuff in 8 hours, so that's how much she can do. Yeah, she can do. Yeah, she can do 3 scrolls in one day easily. Yes. Yes. Half of it now, half of it when she's done tomorrow, when you pick it up. They don't know that much because like mostly people don't dwell there. There is no. You don't need a permit. People go down there all the time. Actually, a month ago, there was like yet again a party of adventurers who dwelled down there. maybe no, there's people. Basically, she described it in a way there's like insane, reckless people who go hunting for things down in the depth beneath the silver mine, because this is how they access it, for the silver mine. And they don't come back most of the times. And yet another, you know, and actually this time a few locals follow them. Two of them actually, a brother and sister from the town, Talgan Hukrele and Sharvin Hukrele. No, because nobody will go down there. Again, it's like, yeah, the Hukrele family, which is like a merchant, important merchant family based in Hollowstone. And actually, Caravan Hukrele is offering a reward if somebody were to go down there. But like the town mostly consists of like, you know, even the guards are like part-time farmers or miners, right? Yeah, I mean, to give you a general idea, I did give you the population, but I didn't. The town has like a full-on town square bazaar, right? It has 2 inns and 1 tavern. The one inn you already know, it's the Dragonheart Inn. The other inn is the Old Boar, all without the D, Old Boar Inn. I can give you the list. Once I haven't written the handout for it. But there you go. She will explain. You have the silver mine, right? The silver mine, because whatever access it used to be, like a more normal access like 400 years ago, kind of sunk during the red light. It was an entire fort, which is, she says, like, the thing that they're going into is called the sunken fort. Like, actually nobody knows what it used to be prior, because it had already sunk before people settled here beneath the dragon, right? Because the dragon died and then the town kind of grew around its bones. So way after the red light, right? So whatever historical records have been here in the place about what this place was, nobody has them because it's literally underground now, right? So they call it just the sunken fort. They know of it because a few times, like, there's actually at the bottom of the silver mine, there's a shaft that, like, they use it kind of like to drop the excess stone and debris from mining down there, because it's like a 50-foot tall, like, deep pit. There's like a huge cavern down below, and nobody goes there because it's just darkness down there, right? And actually the miners tend to like leave ropes attached to the pillars at the end of the cart trails, just on the off chance somebody comes back and needs a rope to climb back up. And they replace these ropes actually quite regularly. Well, she says there is a peculiar thing that has been now going on for a few years. There's apparently some kind of goblinoid tribe infesting the ruins below. And they come up once a year, like a few of them, and they sell a single piece of a magical fruit to the highest bidder at the end of every harvest. And they have been doing this for the last 12 years. The fruit sells you for at least 50 gold upwards, because it's usually auctioned off. And the fruit apparently, it looks like an apple of a perfect hue, and it heals those who suffer even from uncurable diseases, which is why, you know, they don't bother the goblins, although they're actually you can see that they don't like the creatures. Did you? I don't remember that at all. No. No, they had like herbs and fruit and stuff that has healing properties, not like this. Yeah. No, they didn't. I can tell you as a GM. It probably sounds like something similar for somebody who doesn't know the differences between the individual things. Might sound similar, but it isn't. I can honestly tell you, no, this is completely different. And like the apprentice will like try to explain this, but like this is more like a druidic thing. She says like that the local druids know a bit more about, but like some villagers have tried to like plant the seeds of the apple, right, and to like germinate them in their proper season. And they usually like produce like a twiggy mass of twisted sapling stems. But not too long after the saplings reach like 2 feet in height, they're stolen every single time. And the townsfolk thinks that they assume that the goblins sent out thieves to ensure their monopoly on the enchanted fruit. So you get this like sort of like love-hate relationship of like, oh, the apple is a cool thing, but we really hate the goblins. And we'd rather not they're around here and fucking around with whatever they're fucking around, right? Yeah. She will also tell you that basically Caravin Hukrele, I will actually post her name as well. She's offering 125 gold if you can find the signet ring that her son wears. Caravin. Yeah, she wants any like of any sign, but she wants them if they can be found alive. But like you can see, this town doesn't expect people who go down there to be alive. And based on what the apprentice just explained, this might be the reason because the goblins killed him. Like so, Kimbera is like, I think that the goblins don't appreciate anyone invading their territory. A month passed. So last month. Yeah. Nobody actually returned ever. She doesn't know of anyone. But mind you, she's the type of wizardly apprentice that's very keen on exchanging any kind of gossip with you guys. Right? You can already see that she's already making mental notes about you guys because you're new to the town. I also want to point out, like next to the list I gave you, it also gives you a very good impression. This town is very self-sufficient. Very internal. So they like they even have sometimes like 2 things of the same type because they don't rely on imports. So they completely created their own like little economy with each other, right? And a lot of the people who actually have shops also double as farmers or miners, like in general. So Yeah, totally. But yeah, she will say no one knows for sure what the Sunken Fort once was. So, but legends, she will give you one more hint. Legends hint that it served as the retreat of the original worshippers of the Silver Dragon. And there are rumors that it might have been built above the dragon's hoard. So like the hoard is like underneath the fort. Fort. No, I said fort every single time. Sunken Fort. There. Oh, and then she remembers there was a third person that went with them, with the Cradles, which is why they went to begin with. She was like, it was one of those like fightery people who can do magic, but not like a wizard. What do you call them? A paladin. A paladin. It's a paladin. Sir Bradford. They went with a local ranger called Caracas. Halfling. But Sir Bradford was not a local. He had, she was like, he was kind of peculiar. He had a magical sword that he called Shatterspike. Was very full of himself. She doesn't have a very high opinion of this Sir Bradford. But he had shiny armor. But basically, shiny armor. No, I didn't. But basically, she thinks that he put nonsense about treasure and adventure into the Hukrela's head, and they went off with him. They're not kids, they're grown-ups. But, I mean, they're working people, they're, well, I mean, Talgan is a fighter. And actually Sherwin was showing some magical talent she wanted also to apprentice with. Like, with the old guy. Study books. Although she seemed to find the spells that they're teaching here quite boring. Yeah. She wanted to she would like to cast fireballs and, I don't know, make acid rain and, that kind of. Yeah, right. Would set everything on fire. She will also tell you that sometimes the goblins offer a different type of apple, but then they usually come at the end of the winter. And that apple is corpse white and poisonous, even to the touch. But she doesn't know anyone who ever had a sample or it's just she heard about it, right? Yeah. Imagine that I answered it already 3 times through the mines, silver mines. Yes, there is they only had one mine. She will explain that they don't mine all the time. They only, because they don't export the silver. They only use it for their own. So basically they send people to mine when they need more silver and she goes well, it's very rich in silver, but it also has other things copper, zinc, lead, sometimes gold, and if they get lucky and they hit one of the former volcanic veins, they even find gemstones, even diamonds. So they're really lucky, but they also don't really have a need to mine constantly. So they have like mining stints, basically. They mine a whole bunch and then they leave it be for a while. Yes. But it's like during the dry seasons, basically, when there's not so much rain. Well, she said there was no need to mine this year at all. So which kind of like matches what she saw at the jeweler, because he had a whole bunch of gemstones, no problem, right? Although she will point out that old Matto sometimes goes up there, and sometimes even like the silver and goldsmith, like they all sometimes go up there to smelt down the metal when they need it. Because the smelter and the forge are actually up there in the mine. And she... Yeah. I'm giving you this because like you'll be sitting there for like 4 hours and like basically having some tea, and you know, and the old guy is also like, oh, let me tell you about, you know, my time, blah blah blah, you know, that kind of stuff, right? You know, she can show you how they're made. It's very similar to how you enchant items. It's just you need specific paper. She will say not every paper can do this, and ink, because the magic itself is too aggressive. So you need firmer paper that can hold the magic and ink without like burning up, right? But otherwise, yeah, she can give you ingredients for that. She says once a year, she now took over traveling for the old man to the capital city to like get supplies for that. Or she sends message, and then they send like, with the few rare caravans that come all the way up here, they send supplies. Well, the ink she makes, but the paper, they're not really in the climate for paper making. Not this kind of paper, anyway. It's like one of the few things they're actually importing from outside. It would be half, right? Half what the, yeah. You can't. You need a workshop. You can't do it on the open road. Yes. You have to at least set it up in a proper room with a desk and dry things, because you cannot like on the back of your knee while the card is rattling around, right? It's like because you have to precisely copy the runes and stuff like that, right? So yeah. Yeah, they have a few. Chris has the thing open. It's in the enchanting thing, or like in the resources. Guys, look it up. It's in the crafting, the homebrewery document. I open it up now. It's yeah. No, saleable the next table next to it on the right side. That's how much it costs. Yes. And it's actually 50 gold to craft with a workshop, by the way, not 25. For first level spell. I want to point out that the reason why it's 50% in a workshop that you own is because the ingredients are already in the workshop, right? It's not 50% if you're taking somebody else's workshop because you still need to pay for the ingredients and stuff like that, right? Hi, guys. It's my children are back. Yeah. The thing that Cassius is copying is he's copying it into his own spell book. So that's different. So you ordered Gentle Repose from her, not Spare the Dying, right? No, I mean the scrolls you ordered from her. Because Chris said 25 gold, which is not yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. No. I was relying on what Chris told me, and it's not actually true. But now that I look at the table, no, she like needs 2 days to do this. Because it costs her 50 gold per scroll to make it. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Yeah, she needs 2 hours. I guess she can do it in 1 day, yeah. Yeah. Right. I remember now we made a system based on like scribing spells into a spell book and just basically made it a bit more expensive for spell scrolls. Just give me a second. I just need to respond to Maya for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. They don't report with words. No, they don't speak. They can draw. Yeah, they can. There was an entire discussion. It's like, okay, OC time stuff, right? The community is basically 50-50 split down the middle. How this actually works, but the literal wording of the spell is it can perform whatever a human servant can perform. Yeah. So it cannot do complex things. So if it needs to explain, like draw down anything complex for you, it won't be able to do it, right? But yes, technically, go look and report if there is, and you have to be very precise. They don't have wiggle room to think about it. No, you have to actually ask. They wouldn't know what is dangerous, right? Again, they don't think, right? Yeah, report if there's anything moving around. Report if there is, tell me if there's walking skeletons, right? Yeah. So again, they don't, because you can't give them like anything that requires them complex thinking. But honestly, I also want to point out that you can tell them, please clean my room and fold my laundry, and that's already very complex thinking, technically. Because it's not a concentration, yeah. Yes. You will at some point while you're talking about this see that from the apprentice they get like a guilty look of like, oh yeah, this is how I do my chores. Don't tell anyone. Yeah. 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 That's right before you joined Abo. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and like I said, they don't talk, so I'm very strict on this one. They're not talking, they're not thinking, right? So you have to be very precise what you tell them to do. But I allow them to scout. You just have to be very specific how you make them scout. And you also have to, because they can't show you, because they're invisible, they can only draw their findings, right? In very rudimentary, simplistic ways. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's not even full drawings. They can like just write down, yeah, yes, no, very simple. As simple as folding laundry, right? Again, because even that like clean my room is already complex thinking technically. Yeah. It does. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, clearly somebody didn't think this through entirely, right? So yeah, here I'm going with rules as written, right? So yeah. Well, when you're done with the 2 spells for like 4 hours, that's 1 p.m. It's not even dark yet. Yeah, that's 1 p.m. You're done with that. I mean, to be fair, the free scrolls you order. Stop for a moment. The 6 hours it takes her to make the free scrolls, it's just 2 more hours on top of your 4 hours that you're sitting there. Giuseppe is also still copying things. They're quite happy having people around because there's not too many people who are interested in wizarding, right? Well, Louisa will be like, well, did you check out the other inn? I was here the entire time. We don't move on our own. And because... Well, Bertram is like, okay, because, you know, Viera is obviously involved with like Cassius and debating what should be copied next. So basically Bertram, who seems to be already a bit more on the bored side now, and Louisa is definitely fucking bored. They will be like, and Samira, yeah. Well, I mean, I also want to point out that you asked for Kimbera to show you how to make spell scrolls, so she's actively teaching you right now. So you're busy. You're busy anyway, so... Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, in those 2 hours, Samira, you going to the Old Boar Inn. It's more like a plank and wooden and thatched roof, right? Less firm, but it is large and quite comfortable actually inside and spacious. It's as clean as the other inn that you're in, right? But it has like terracotta fixtures, and the decor is like almost bordering on garish, right? But there has clearly been some decent money put into its construction. Like there's some bronze elements, decoration, like like swirlies, and the kind of, like it's kind of like kitschy, right? And there's also silver. And there's also a decent number of people by now, like sitting there and drinking. So yeah, you can walk up to the to Goshva Wood, who is also the guy behind the counter. It's Goshva Wood. You literally have the list of people in Discord. Yes, Wolbor Inn, Goshva Wood. There you go. It only just literally says associated NPC. No, it's the person owning the business. Goshva. There is, very interestingly, Samira, a vulnerably elderly half-elf providing some entertainment, like music, basically in the common room. But the bartender himself, Goshva, is a relatively short man with pigtails. And currently lighting, like basically walking around lighting candles, as preparation for the evening. And then he like goes behind the bar and starts like cleaning up. You don't get any pings. I mean, they look at you as like, obvious you want, yeah. But I mean, I don't know what you want to know. Like, you want to find out if whoever is, yeah. And the researchers will let you lead on this because this person is not after them; they're just helping. Well, there was a caravan that arrived yesterday from Dusktown. Actually, there's a scholar that has taken residence in his inn. And he was like, "Well, do you know the name of your friend?" He shakes his head like, "No, I really don't. My friends usually don't have multiple names." Roll me a persuasion check here, because this is weird line of questioning. Okay, well, he will describe, well, he is a very rotund, he doesn't get that, but he will, again, describe middle-aged, he's trying to find a polite way of saying fat. He will settle on rotund. Formidable size gentleman. With short hair. Oh yeah, Richard Sabershade. That's his name. Should I leave them a message? Okay, then you know, he will shake his pigtails and like give you a wink. It's like, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bertram will then strike up a little chat if you're not having any other questions. Okay. So basically, he's just asking, like, you know, about the local folklore and history, and kind of in a very suave. He's smooth. Bertram is super smooth, right? Like super on par with Cassius. You know, you've seen this, like, you know, but this is like a the sophisticated, you know, kind of approach. But without coming off as arrogant, right? But like he kind of like in a roundabout, like very smooth way brings it around to the sunken fort, right? And Gosh actually goes like, well, the last I met him one, like aside from Talgan and Sharvin asked questions about the sunken fort was about 13 years ago. If he remembers it, it was an outsider, some grim dude named Balak. Yeah, Balak was the name. Stopped by. He had a very large pet frog. He remembers that, like a giant frog, like he like basically like points like Rottweiler size. Took me ages to clean up the slime after that, after he left. But yeah, he's like a month ago, like the twin, the brother and sister were asking around who remembers this, and like, you know, it's a shame that they went missing, and shame on that Sir Paladin, Sir Bradford, who tempted them, you know. So yeah, that's all you get. Yeah, but basically they were also exchanging some like local history and stuff where you're just glazed over. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah, but like Louisa is like, at some point your eyes meet and she has just as a blank look of like, right. Yeah. And then you like head back, well before the 2 hours are over. Oh, Cassius will then at some point finish his next thing. For half an hour and then like finally basically, yeah. At this point the third scroll is also done, so you can pay the full price. God damn it, sorry. Yes, I just told you. Well, the practical people, the researchers will point out like provisions should be made once we know what we're actually doing. So far, no problem in this town. Yeah. Yeah. It's the thing how you bury people. It's like more. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah. Yeah. Let's not think about it too hard. This is still D&D, and suspension of disbelief. Yeah. I know, but this is like already like going into like this is just silly, right? Like no, like. I assume that the spell magically glues the coins to the eyes until until they get verified. So there you go. That's how we imagine it. Magic glue. Yeah. But you can't use it. But only for this purpose. I'm not gonna allow you to misuse it that way. Fuck that. Anyway, So you reconvene and then spend like a good hour like catching up with the rest, you know, with Layla and Ava and stuff. Like most of like the knowledge that is overlapping with the stuff that you found out, right? Yeah. The only extra that Ava and Layla found out is that the old road that leads to the Silver Mine skirts something called the Ashen Plain, which is kind of like a lifeless area. And apparently the distillation is attributed to a long ago rampage of an even like more further in the past other dragon named Ashardalon, who like burned that thing permanently. It's like a strip of like just desolate, you know, rock. And only a new as far as they know, only a few locals know this fact, like the elderly, right? So yeah. No, a half elf, yeah. Very old, yeah. Like she's like genuinely falling apart. You get 2 pings. One up in the mountain. Again, I'm not counting yourself. Yes, you shouldn't be pinging because of your non-detection. Although no, your spell is not divination. Yeah, you ping. Yeah, you ping. You ping. You get like a weaker ping in the town. Approximately as Samira will describe to you is the other inn. And you get like a very strong, even stronger than you, elven essence. Oh no, sorry. And Ava pings as well. Sorry, I forgot. No, sorry. I for a moment forgot. Yeah. Ava pings as well. Yes. But the ping, yeah. Like okay. Let me word it this way. The usual people around you ping the usual way. But you get this very, very strong, and I want to point this out, like elves are technically fae, right? They're fae pings, if you will. You get like basically the distilled essence of fae, of elvendom pinging up in the mountain, where the researchers have described approximately the camp of, you know, Rhaenys. About 3 miles. It's basically where the silver mine is. Close there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she returned before you guys returned. Also, when you returned in the common room was Nimrod just having dinner, late lunch, whatever. By the way, you haven't eaten since breakfast. I want to point it out. So I assume you were doing that during that 1 hour to And then, yeah, it's, by the way, you're completely done. It's 5 p.m. It's still actually light outside. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you're done. This is with the dinner and reconvening. It's 2 hours have passed. You return at 3 p.m. to your tavern. Yeah. If you're staring very hard, he's gonna collect his food and go to his room, by the way. Yeah, so basically for the people who are paying attention with their passive insight that's like out of their fucking arse, you will notice that there's this whole dance of like he looks at her when she's not looking and she's looking at him when he's not looking. And then they have like awkward moments where the eyes meet and then they quickly look away from each other. They abso-fucking-lutely are there. There's like occasional like whispering from Layla to Cassis and then giggity, right? So yeah. I shall add the rumors to your handout. I knew it! I knew that you would do that! Kukrelis! I knew that he would do it. Like somebody would do this. I fucking knew it. There you go. You were literally sitting next to him. No, all the spells I showed you, that's all the spells they have. They don't have it. That's the lodge. That's the lodge. And is it on the list? No, it isn't. No, they don't have it. So yeah. I thought it was obvious. That's the list they have. No, they don't have the spell. You literally had 2 hours of sitting with them and talking about this stuff. you notice that I'm gonna full on retcon as like, because the characters spent 6 hours next to Giuseppe talking about these things. Well, I mean, well, Ava will point out that Vieira made a valid point during the original planning. People go down there, don't come back. Well, I mean, first of all, they said, like, wasn't Samir gonna go a preliminary scout with her shadow thingy? They will point out reconnaissance and everything. So let's first see what we're dealing with down there. If there's like, you know, like Giuseppe, like kind of half jokingly, half says like, if there's a giant purple worm, we might want to skip out on that. Don't worry about it. Mm-hmm. When are you sending him off? Okay. I mean, you're literally walking up the old road towards the mine to get to Rain as well. So, like, you send Vinny off and Vinny's like walking next to you the entire time. Like, I told you, old road. Like, Rain is like literally next to the mine. So, like, yeah, yeah. So yeah, about 2 miles out, you come, you pass an area no. You know, and this is why I'm repeating tonight everything 3 times, because you're too busy joking and actually not paying attention to what I'm saying. No, he's not. He's not there. Oh, okay, yeah, he's. Yeah, actually. No, yeah. Yeah. He's gonna be like, he will ask what you're up to, and then once you say that you're going into, like, towards the mine, he will absolutely come with. Yeah, he will come with. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this is about already his time to wake up anyway. Well, I mean, if you were Eva Hera will come with because she's the only diviner, so she will see if she can as well do something to check out the place, right? Yes. Yes. Because if like the entire party is leaving for the mine, it's a bit weird. Okay, so an hour later, it's already gonna get dark. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the way you pick it up is that she's basically somewhere above, like further up into the mountain behind the mine. So you're walking past it. Yes. Yes. So 2 hours outside the city, you're walking past the Ashen Plain, which is like just like because the rest of the nature is like you have the right outside the city, you have like the wheat fields and stuff like that, the crops, and then it turns into this like grassy hills again, like you were traveling through, right? And then you have literally like a strip off the old road, like off to the side, to the left, right, to the west, like this, like just like honestly, it looks like a dragon did fly by and just breathed on it. It looks like you know how when magma cools down, it has this like roundish stone shapes. Yeah, it looks like that. Like something like, and there's even like bits and pieces of like what looks like melted sand into glass embedded in that once molten and then like cooled down rock. So something flew through here and superheated this thing, right? I mean, as you know, Dragonfire is like fucking OP. Yeah. On the surface, no. This is just no. As you walk past the mine, because like you have the mine entrance, right in front of the mine, you have like two buildings. One on the left, from where you're coming up, right? You're coming up from the road, and the entrance is in front of you. To the left is a smaller building, like 10 by 10, and to the right is like a slightly bigger one, 10 wide, 20 feet long. It looks like one has the smaller one has a window and a door, and the other one has no windows. It has like a double. It looks almost like a you know like a shack, like where you would keep the tools and stuff, right? So at this point, I gotta ask you: are you dipping a bit into the mine because it's dark here? There's nobody here, right? Cassius, by the way, are you wearing your goggles or how are you doing? Are you wearing a light? Okay, yeah. There's also like within the entrance, you can see this like very clearly. There's like the beginning of the tracks that lead into the mine, and right on top of them, here, right at the start, at the entrance, is also a minecart that's like put like into place and like stoppered and blocked, right? Okay. Yeah. 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 So you walk for like another 10 minutes, right? Only because mostly, I mean, it's not really, it is difficult terrain, but like it's mostly you kind of have to like half climb onto the next like plateau above. And this rock is not like exactly pleasant to climb on to begin with, right? It's very. You don't need a mountain. It's like you can climb it without gear. It's just that there's like it has sharp edges, so you have to be a bit more careful and stuff like that, right? So you don't actually like hurt yourself while you're gripping something, and you also have to be careful because there's also a lot of loose rock, right? But if you're just careful, you can climb it no problem, right? So yeah, and then you will already see like a bit off in the distance a fire from a campsite. And as you get closer, there's a massive deer, Vieira size, the giant deer size, right? That you first noticed that is kind of like just chilling there grazing and gives you kind of like a look as you come closer and will like let one of those with the nose. Yeah, it is alert, right? You get this like very measuring look of like, okay, I will keep my horns towards you because if you pull any shit, I will fucking impale you, right? But it's otherwise very chill, and you also get an impression that the it made was more of a sound it made for the sake of somebody else. This company, yeah, but it's not panicking, right? It's very chill with people around it. Yeah, yeah. You get like the deer equivalent of like, yo, sure, whatever. And it doesn't let you pet it. It will actually back. Like not in fear, it just doesn't like it. Yeah. No touchy. People are not paying attention today. Yeah. She's like, nice night. Okay, so Vieira, as you approach, there's a tent made of it's made of leather, like full on like natural materials, right? I mean, did you see the deer? there's also what seems to be like a full-on saddle and saddlebags for the deer, like that size, right? It's a heart. Yes, it's huge. Very pointy horns. It's giant, like I said, Viera size. Repeating myself the entire time today. No, it's a giant, yeah, elk size. It's like in every. So, at the fire, basically sitting, so you can see her face when you approach, is you can't help but see the similarities, right? Because although you don't share both sides of the parentage, there is enough in common, right? And you now understand that why people who have seen both of you keep repeating why you look so similar, right? But she's way more tan, right? The markings are not quite the same as yours. And even in the firelight, although it could be just due to the firelight, but her eyes have like this amber reddish hue to them. And very similar, like when you talked to the angel in the village, right? You get this very calm demeanor where like she's currently, what you can see, sharpening. No, actually, she's making arrows. Like she's just making more ammunition. It's just such a strange, familiar thing to see because you tend to do that during rest, right? But the way she's handling it, she's not even looking at it, right? She's looking at you as you approach very calmly. Like this is like a skill level that's beyond yours, right? This is, and she's just waiting for you to, like, she's giving you a full on, like, head to toe, very calm once over, right? Yes. Yes. Nice. Can you still hear me? Can't hear you. Give me a second. Hello? Okay, I can hear you now. Okay. So you approach. She doesn't seem bothered. I'm wearing the bow, by the way. Yeah. She will lean a bit sideways, so she like, and you notice that her eyes wander to like the tip of the bow that's like behind your back. And then she will like lean forward again. And then just wait. You see like a slight curiosity. You can also tell, because you've been around hunters, right? She seems at first glance relaxed, but in a way where like you can see she can spring into action at every fucking second. And she slides onto her feet, right? And kind of like holds her hand out. Yeah, but she still holds her hand out, like to make you stop. You have my face. Similar enough. And my bow that I left so long ago. But I don't remember you. She kind of like squints and closes her eyes for a moment. And you can see her mouthing the word parents. And then she opens her eyes and you can see like she's almost like struggling to remember, right? And she will repeat the name of the parents slowly, almost like it's a foreign sound in her mouth. And she will like, but I don't remember what they look like anymore. Druidcraft doesn't do illusions. Not to that detail. It was just, nah, I wouldn't say so. That's not what Druidcraft can do, sorry. Yeah, she kind of waves off. And then she will be like, so you are my sister? She kind of like shakes her head. I don't even know how long has passed, honestly. She chuckles. Much longer for me. Much longer. I forgot. And then she will like bid you to sit down at the campfire. She is God damn it. Did I lose you again? Hello? What's going on with Discord? The thing is, like, my connection is still here. It just randomly stops transmitting sound from your side, but you guys still can hear me. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, she will bid you to sit down to the fire. She's not quite there to, like, ready to have you hug her, because to her, you're just a stranger. There's like a flicker of like not excitement, that's an overstatement, curiosity, faint. She will point at the bow and say, "This used to be mine. I brought it with me when I came here." She says, "Yes, it was a gift from," and she says a name that you've never heard. Like that must be like some elderly elf that has passed since then. And then she will basically ask you about the tribe and the parents, and basically. She will pause and yeah, she thinks that it's like, oh, this is a name that I haven't heard in a long time, and she goes and repeats her full name. Her full name is, I'll put it into the chat, Tilio Rainel Liera Ifilde, and she shortens the first part into Rain. Because she will say with her chuckle, like, people had trouble pronouncing her full name, so she shortened it down eventually. And it's been a long time. It's been so long that anyone called her by her full name that she almost forgot that Rain has actually a longer form. Yeah. Yeah. She's kind of like, she's very focused on the bow. She will say that like she parted, it was the price she had to pay to become part of the hunt. She had to part with something personal to let go, right? She wanted to let go, and she had to let go of the final thing that was tethering her. But she left it with almost a promise, or like it wasn't a full-on enchant. Like the way she describes it, she left it with the intention that if it ever finds something worth hunting for, it will call out to her. She will nod, and she said, "This is why I led my hunt into the celestial realm." And she will smile, and she will say, "That just made you much more interesting to hunt." And she will say, "You can keep the bow." "Not anymore. The hunt is mine." Yeah, she's gonna sit his arms as well and contemplate this thing as well. And you will also have this thing where she keeps asking what, they're still alive, and we keep getting this like repeated, yeah. she said even before she came here as a side effect of the red light, she had been roaming the lands for centuries, if not millennia. And it's like she talks about it in a way where like she can't remember, because even the way our kind remembers became too burdensome to repeat all that. So she started to let go of memories because they were getting too many, right? But yeah, she's like, she has been at least here, like, you know, since red light and before that. So she's been around for a very long time. Well, basically, she will be like, if I tell you all my stories, what will set to you, City of Centuries, right? But she will tell you, yeah. And she will also point out, unless you're like me, you will not live as long as I am. I will never die, right? And she will tell you about the hunt, because this is like the most freshest thing, although she will say that memory and time, when you're part of the hunt, kind of fade. But she had always been searching for something, which is why she probably ended up in this strange place to begin with. And then she always was on the hunt for something. And the wild hunt offered her to basically just keep hunting until she finds whatever she's looking for, right? So she doesn't even know what she's hunting for. She's just like hunting for the sake of it. And like, I'll see it when I know it kind of sentiment, right? So whatever she was looking for, she hadn't seen it in all these years. She never stopped looking, right? But you get like a hint that like whatever brought you here with the bow, whatever's going on here, she seems very interested in that. And also as she talks, and again, it's a strange kind of thing, because her focus and details are like, it's more like she gives you like the macro picture with occasional very like smells or sounds or, you know, taste, in a very like meta sense, where it's sometimes even difficult to like understand what she's describing, because she's like describing it from such a differing extended time perspective, like, you know, but you're starting also to get, and this is where like your knowledge of your elders and the stories of the Fae come in, right? And your experience that you had as a child, right? With your, you know, little gift that you got. You start to realize that she's no longer an elf. The more she talks, the more you get the vibe. And you also notice her ears are much longer than yours, like very elongated. Her features are like even like more pronounced elven, to the point of like almost being like odd, but also like still very beautiful, like to the eye. And the more she talks, the more she describes, the more she like gives you some of her experiences, you start realizing this is probably the equivalent what you would see as an archfey. And she actually at some point, because you can see like some kind of flicker of her, now that you talked about the family and the people, it's like this recognition and remembering and whatever emotions she had associated with all that, right? That she had like long forgotten, buried. She offers you to become part of the hunt. Or not in the way I was like, come join me, but like, if you're ever interested in letting go, you can always join me, right? But you can also see that currently she's way too far removed from this like day-to-day existence to really know how to click with you. But at some point, she's like, you can also see she's like putting forth a genuine effort, but she doesn't quite know how to deal with you. But at the end of this, again, and you've been sitting there for like, I would say, good. You guys, they've been sitting here for at least an hour or two, right? If not 3-4 hours. Is Viera at some point just telling them to go back? Yeah. Rain will also say, if you want me to guide you back to the town to keep, like, because you seem all, she kind of senses that you guys are wary of traveling alone for some reason, that she will guide you back to the town. Whatever is out there, she can handle it. And you get this from the certainty of, like, I will fucking stomp it into powder, right? The mine, I want to say, is like 10 minutes away from you. But at some point, it's already going to be 2 hours. And okay. So I'm just going to drop over because Vinny, you know, you would have noticed this effect. At the beginning, when Vinny started scouting, you know, it was fine. And at some point, you lose, like, you stop feeling Vinny entirely. And then a moment later, because Vinny obviously felt the same thing, it pops back, right? And they go, I lost track of you, right? You get this sensation. And then they go deeper into the mine and you'd lose them again. And they kind of like test this back and forth. But apparently the deeper they go, at some point, something interrupts your connection. It's like pretty, like, you know, a good 100 feet into the mine already, like, yeah. The moment you were 100 feet away from them, it dropped. Like, whatever's in the mine. But if you remember, as they said, what is mined here, this mine is lead rich. So that might be messing with magic long distance. I mean, you know that they can't really, like, they're very stealthy. I mean, I'll leave it up to you. Sorry. Yeah, they're fine with that. There will be Calfro, and then they pop off. That's been earlier than this point, yeah. Yeah. So Viera, it's been a while that you have been talking, and it doesn't look like you're gonna stop talking anytime soon. Yeah. Yeah. And then she will like, oh yes, I remember. And then she will basically convey to you that she remembers that she gave the bow as a payment to the spirit, to that spirit, to the moth spirit, in exchange for information. Basically what led her to the wild hunt, ultimately. She will say no. She will say that probably absorbed some of her essence while she was still wielding it, because she wielded it for hundreds of years, right? It's the wood is highly magical, almost bordering on sentient. It kind of grows almost with the wielder, so she's not surprised it like absorbed some of her hunting urges, right? And it's ultimately also how she could figure out the direction. However, when they were just like, when they reached the town, they were kind of like, they camped down and waited to see if you would come out, because they don't go into cities, right? She wouldn't lead her people into danger like that. She was already tempting it, like by stepping into Huhian territory. Because she will point out that she specifically helped Guyland free them of the attack by the Aasimar originally, hundreds of years ago. So they don't stand on, like, specifically she and a few other hunts from this territory helped. But again, she gives you these details in a very macro, weird angle, hard to follow. You kind of get the gist, but not really. Like, she cannot name names or any details, stuff like that, because it's like, to her, like, the passage of time and details are just a blur and ultimately irrelevant, right? But eventually she stopped being able to sense the bow, and you kind of like, the way she describes it, you kind of can overlap it around the same time when you got the amulet, which then brings up the topic of how she found you when they actually kicked off the hunt. And she says that the Dryad came to her and let her know where to find the bow. No, the old Dryad from the outside world. It's she will tell. It's a very old friend that she met. Again, she doesn't know the time. It was way before the Red Light. Back in the Garland and Maiden. Yes, that would, like, she will like basically go with the think about it for. Yeah, that kind of matches it. She doesn't see it as a name, more like as a description. And she specifically talks about the Dryad in female form, old friend. And basically the Dryad came to her and she said, she's like, I didn't even know that she's here. That she ended up here as well. That was like a pleasant, not quite unpleasant surprise. Like she it's like difficult for her to like put it in a category of like what she finds it. It's not, she's not unhappy about the Dryad being there, but she also, you kind of get the gist that she doesn't think it's great for the Dryad to be away from the original tree where she met her, right? And she will also tell you a bit about the massive tree that the Dryad was part of. It was huge, much bigger than no. It was just a very, very massive druidic tree. And she said like the elven lands were beautiful on the outside. and she could see the sadness in the dryad of being away from her tree. But yeah, she also, like, as a favor, she said that the dryad came here and said, well, as a favor to an old friend, I know where your bow is, and this is how she found you. That she picked up the hohi, and so that was just a side effect, right? Yeah. Yes. But she was like, the hunt got very excited that you guys got away, because that means you're more challenging. And she basically gives you the sentiment that she hopes you will grow further and make the hunt more interesting. No, she says, like, they never force anyone to join. They pick you up for, as almost like a jest. It's like, it's basically, we play tag. Yeah, it's a bit of mischief. They play tag, and if we tag you, we get to pick you up for a while, and then we drop you off. But, like, they take good care of the people they pick up. They don't lead them to injury, you know, they don't do anything, you know, it's just you forget who you are for, like, a little while. And if you like it, you stay. If you don't, you return to yourself, and that's it, right? But you got to experience the ultimate freedom of the hunt. She never considered that. But there have been people that joined them for a little while and then left. No, I mean, some people come willingly and stay for a little while and then leave, right? She will tell you where they are when they return from the hunts. Basically, more of a direction than really naming it a country, because to her, that's not, like, the country doesn't really have a name, it's just the land. But basically, she described it in a way like, if you go into this direction for this many dawns and this many dusks, you know. And again, she's describing it from the wild hunt perspective of, we don't have to rest. When we run, and we don't stop, right? Yes. But you get kind of like, you know, she then describes what the nature looks like on the way there, and where they turn, and what the markers are, like how they orient themselves. It's very animal, like, you know, yeah, animal driven, but like with like almost like ranger scouting, you know, on top of that. Because, like, she will explain, like, some of us, when people join permanently, she will kind of explain this to you, they first are turned into animals, and then they run with the hunt as animals, and then they become more, then they get like a different form, like they become more like a centaur or a minotaur, and then eventually they can keep growing and take on their true hunting form. And then she kind of points herself, like, and sometimes we become this, and like it kind of implies again that she basically ascended to an archfey over time. But basically, the way she describes it, she earned this. She earned her own hunt. She also started at some point as, over many centuries, she started as like, an animal. She was a doe. And then she earned the progression. And then she, at some point, was such a good hunter that she got her own wild hunt. Well, she will certainly come for you at some point, again, with the entire hunt. But she will also, like, kind of, if you tell her about the current situation, she will inquire about that, but more in the sense of like, well, yeah. Yeah. And then she will get this like very warm smile, like, seems like you have found a very interesting prey for yourself, and she will wish you good luck on your hunt. She shows no intention of joining it. No, it's not her hunt, exactly. But by the end of this, It's been like good 4 hours. And you can also see that she has this thing where like you get the impression that she doesn't talk very often. That's probably the most she had talked in quite a while, right? She will now return the sentiment and actually offer you a hug. And she will tell you that it fills her with an odd kind of sadness, but also happiness to know that she now has a sister. So yeah, she will stay another day. Well, she will be then like, all right, then she will leave, and you know how to find her. She will not. And then hug you very tightly, right? By now, Vinny would have come back. So Vinny joins you as you like start heading back. So Vinny, yeah. You get the impression, you basically get like a good thing you gave them a glowing stone, right? Because it was very dark. So they basically trace the tracks down level by level. There's like the surface level that you saw like entering the mine, and there's one sub level and a second sub level. And basically, going down, it's like there's like a 250 foot deep pit, right? And there's like a stout, like a very thick stone column in the middle, which the way you gather supports basically the ceiling, right? There's a wooden walkway that spans across the pit, going around like anchored on the pillar. It looks like solid. And there's like tracks of the ore carts ascending, around the walls of the pit in a clockwise fashion going down. Although it seems like if it were daylight, the top part would probably be illuminated for the opening of the mine, but like you clearly need illumination here or dark vision, right? The upper shaft is also where the forge is. It looks like a workshop, like from the images and impressions you get, like, it looks like a well-maintained smeltery and forge. And then like it goes all the way, like I said, across 2 sub-levels to the bottom of the shaft, which there is like most of the rubble down here. there's an underground stream that pours out of the north wall, like good 60 feet above the floor, and plunges like down into like a little 10-foot deep pool. And kind of when he kind of like dipped in, and saw some like swimming creatures in there, and then like hurriedly got out of there, not investigating it further. I mean, might be fish, didn't look too dangerous. He's like, they're not sure, right? And then at the very, like, there's one tunnel that kind of goes off that looks like very fresh dug, and kind of ends in a dead end. And then there's one more track that goes like all the way down and ends in also dead end, but like at like what looks to be a large hole, right? So Vinny, because Vinny can do, spider climb, kind of like went past it. There's also like there's like rope hanging off the edge, which looks to be still in good condition, actually, from what the impression you get. But there's also like carved indentations and traces of climbing tools, but like older. So you can definitely see that there must have been other people that tried to climb down there, right? And the leftovers of that, right? And it's like a good 20-foot wide pit, right? Like, people can chuck down rubble comfortably from the minecarts, and it's like built that way that like a minecart can come down here and be tilted into the pit, right? So Winnie kind of like slid down and then kind of stopped good 30 feet down the hole because suddenly there was no walls. And then looked down and there was like basically a drop with like no walls around it, and like peeked around. There's actually a back wall. But like it wasn't like the hole was not exactly against the side wall of the cavern below, if you know what I mean. But it's still like close enough. There's like a platform underneath, which is mostly covered in rubble that has landed here and kind of rolled off, right? And let me just find the exact description. So Winnie kind of like slid out of the hole and then up around and then along the wall to like get to the platform, right? You guys probably would have to just like go down the rope these last 20 feet, right? And the rope actually does hang just those 20 feet down. And the cavern picture I showed you with the two shafts of light, I mean, you wouldn't see the shafts of light, although you would see like faint bluish, like from the dark, the moonlight, quote unquote. But you look out, like it looked out, and this is basically the vast cavern that it saw. With it, like there is a staircase coming off of the platform that looks very old, and it looks like this platform here might have been part of some larger structure that just crumbled away over time. It leads down below, and Winnie didn't go down further because there were like odd noises in the cave, and it basically the sheer size and oppressive darkness of how large this cavern is, right? And the fact that like it couldn't look beyond the stairs because there was like this like low fog that just like covers, in between the cracks and the openings. It just stopped there, and I was like, there's something there. It looked like a structure, but it had scary noises with like, it sounded like, and the way, it gives you, it sounds like angry mice or rats. So it kind of flitted back up. So that's like, it also searched every corner of the mine. The mine seems safe, very much so, right? But it went into every nook and stuff like that. And yeah. this is the overall impression of the mine layout that you kind of vaguely get from Vinny. I'm giving this only to you, so you will have to like kind of somehow word this. No. So Lena, for orientation, if you look at sub level 2, you see the one that like goes down, and then just like there's like you can see it's getting darker like at the end of the tracks, right? Not towards the water, but like counterclockwise, like down below. So the hole is like it's not on the map; it's down there. Yeah, so you don't even have to like go close to the water. Basically, it's just. I mean, like I said, when Vinny conveys this, you're like still on those 10 minutes towards the mine. So basically, by the time Vinny like gave you all the impressions, you're at the entrance of the mine, right? Again, the scouting in the mine, there's like besides it being dark and you have to like watch where you're walking so you don't fall like off a ledge or something. The mine looks very safe. Just saying, you're right there. If you want to take a quick glance, you can absolutely do that. I mean, Layla and Nimrod, they're fine. Yeah. And Ava will also want to try to take a glance, right? Ava will be like, dark elves? She will like think about it. Ha, Ruakes. She will say that they're extremely rare, free roaming, like she has seen the one. She will say that she escaped becoming one because that's what seers are among the elven people. They get turned into the Ruakes and then they are sent to the Shilmister, which is like a pocket plane. No. Okay, so I will now share the picture of everyone. That's not the fish. Sorry. Sorry. My bad. There you go. So I explained this shittily, but basically on the top level 2, you have this like 2 tracks coming and then splitting off. The longer one leads into the freshly dug cavern that is a dead end, and the shorter one, oh no, we'll see. So you follow the tracks clockwise, right? And then basically when it comes around to the first, like almost back towards the entrance, that this is where it goes down, and then it continues again clockwise, and then you come out on sub-level 2 and then splits into 2 tracks. The longer track that goes above the water leads into a newer tunnel that ends in a dead end that looks like a fresh excavation. This is like where they mined the last time, right? This is basically, it looks like they opened up a new vein there. And the shorter track doesn't end where it ends. It actually goes into the wall for a little bit and then stops in front of that 20-foot wide pit that looks like it's going into darkness because it's, because it's a drop of 50 feet. So yeah. Cassius can use this coin easily to it's exactly 50 feet. No, that's rubble. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Lena, you get... Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give you a slight idea of what this platform looks like. Give me a second. Copy image address. Lena. So basically, you end up on top of this platform. And on the back side, like where the edge of the picture is, there's like a wall, but to the right, to the left, and to the front, it just goes off into the distance. It's a huge cavern, like on the picture. Yeah. But what you're standing on is like a giant pillar with what looks to be ancient stairs. And by the way, the top of the pillar is very much covered in rubble, right? It seems like some people have tried to clear it off, but then other people have chucked new rubble, right? And there also seems to be a fireplace that's like covered in piles and piles of ashes. Like countless people have made campfires here, and and just on the same spot. And then, like in the picture you see on Foundry, you can just see these like openings of rock, and around them is just fog and descending into darkness, right? Beneath you. Yeah. So you get 30 feet and then you lose connection to Winnie. Yes. You don't see it. It's just everywhere in these cavern walls. So OC, I will tell you, the stone, the mountain that you're in, is so rich in lead that it reduces your range to your familiar to 100 feet, which is the regular range of a familiar. I wasn't gonna be too mean, because it's not like suffused on every corner and every square meter of the rock, but it has like enough lead pockets that it messes with your connection to the point where I reduced it to the regular 100 feet of a familiar. So Vinny doesn't disappear beyond that, but you can't tap into them, right? And you lose like the connection basically, because it's like, like Bluetooth interferences. Yeah. And Vinny will agree. Yeah. So it will pop off for like a minute, right? And then a minute later come back, and basically let you know that the bottom is good 50 feet further down where you lost connection. So from the top of the platform to the bottom of the cave is 80 feet. And at the bottom of the stairs, it basically found an entrance to a sunken fort. Yeah. Yes, but cavernous space, it's very hard to pinpoint. It's a large fucking cavern, right? Like they might be around here for hours and not find anything. I just want to point this out. Like the impression you get, it's like, I mean, it saw some tracks in the dust down the stairs, but Vinny doesn't know what they mean. With this, I will say yes. Roll me an intelligence check just to see if you remember. No, for Vinny. Just to see how well it can replicate it. It's vaguely animal shape, maybe. You can't reroll crits. Avahira will ask you to go like she says that her perception might be interrupted because again for the same reason. But if you can put Vinny back to the top of the stairs, she can scry on Vinny, right, on the location. See if she can see tracks, right? You can see that she's struggling, right? Whatever is going on here with the lead in the walls, it's messing with her divination as well. She kind of like focuses it for quite a while. And just a second. I'm just checking what they look like. I want to give you like proper. So she goes like, it's some kind of, well, she says there's two. There's very faded humanoid footprints. And then what looks to be animal tracks. And she will kind of like use a small illusion in hand to show you, Viera. No, it's a 10, DC 10. You can literally passive. It looks like rat tracks, but unusually large, yes. So yeah. No, she will say that the rat tracks, now that she knows what it is, look very fresh. Vinny actually doesn't know how to enter the door because it will tell you there's a giant glowing eyes on the door, and it looks very scary, and the door is glowing, and it's really scary, and it looks like something is staring at him from the door. No, it was answering question. Yes, it was going in the order of the questions. It's trying to be useful. So how detailed is the impression get from Vinny? It's a bit blurry, right? It's not like, yeah. So basically, what you get like is a pair of red glowing eyes staring you from this like red glowing door. I will give me glass blowers check. Check with your glass blowers tool. Because I'm gonna treat it like you're taking your glasses off and staring at something. Yeah. Just use glass blowers through, so you have a button there. And there we go. No, plus, minus. I have no idea. With your proficiency bonus. You rolled a 10. No, but the 13 was enough. It kind of reminds you of stained glass. But it's glowing. It's definitely glowing, right? And you can totally get why Vinny would like get the impression of like something is staring at it. But it's not moving. Yeah. It looks like background illuminated stained glass. Very red, very, fiery. Beautiful colors, right? Even from the blurry vision you get, like it's, you get like the impression it's like, it looks fucking ominous as fuck, but like, it's pretty. I mean, again, it doesn't know how to enter the door. It looks like it's like almost like grown in. Ah, okay. Okay, so it will go down again. This time 2 minutes later. And be like, can't look through. The glass itself seems to be glow. It's more like crystal than really glass. Also, you can't really tell because it's very blurry vision again for this like impression thing that you get from Vinny, so you never can really like tell details. Something's odd about the structure itself. Like it vaguely reminds you of like a fort wall with a door, but just like you can't put a finger on it. Something's off about it. You would literally block off the tracks. I'm not sure that the townsfolk would be too delighted about that. But you're not bamfing her in. That plan doesn't exist anymore. Vahira will like kind of like wonder and like she will like look at the area. It's like, but how are you gonna lure her down here? She has a giant cavern to fly around in. To be fair, I also want to point out, even with the light, Vinny couldn't see more further than the light. Vinny has no idea how big the cave is. Vinny will also point out that whatever the structure down there is, or this is what Samira saw, it's kind of embedded within the rock. It's not a freestanding structure either, right? I mean, Ava will like shrugs like, would you follow somebody into a mine, into a dead end? Yeah, exactly. But Ava will point out, I can't reach deep enough to even look at the cave. The only way for her to know that any of us is dead is to actually come after us and check in person. Whatever we're or send something after us, but she will face the same issues that Samira faces, however, with reaching those servants. She can send them and then she will lose the link to them. I don't think she would really risk losing track of where we went. Nobody knows how big, not in such a huge cavern. Also, this is the only entrance and exit that the villagers know of. There might be other exits. She nods. Yes. Yeah. If I were Amalia, I would at least follow us at a certain distance. If I cannot scry, if I cannot find a way to keep track of you from a distance, I will try to at least get as close enough to allow me to keep an eye. And yes, you're right. I would just wait for you to get killed, but we might be able to use this to our advantage. The alternative is to wait for her to attack with who knows what else. Well, Ava will be like, it's not the first time we're going underground in the search for some relics and artifacts. So usually we go in there not knowing what to expect. So we prepare accordingly. Ava will be like, Layla will actually point us out like, guys, there's no scouting and then coming back. We're going down with the intent to set an ambush. We're not coming up until she jumped. We're preparing, and Layla will be like, we should set up the negotiation with that family in the Old Boar Inn within earshot. Potentially, maybe if we're lucky, she's gonna be there as Richard. Layla is like, yes. Samira asked about specifically a friend in the tavern. Amalia probably maybe doesn't know that you are aware of Richard. Ava will nod, like, the benefit of a shapeshifter is that people usually don't know all your forms. Well, there's empty space within the cavern, so from the opening down, you shouldn't have a problem. It's what, yeah, there's like from the opening to down where the bottom of the cave is, there shouldn't be a problem, right? It's just the question is whether you will have an interference once you go into a structure or whatever. But at least there, that's still well within. Yeah, that's still well within the range. Yes. And Ava will also point out that we can use Winnie to test out where it interrupts. Yes. Okay, this is then where we're gonna quit the session. I'll let you revise the word list for the supplies if you want to add anything or deduct anything or whatever. Yeah. So throughout the week, please, all three of you, take another look at that list that Lena posted of the Word document and add whatever. And then if you're fine with that, I will just let Lena just get everything before the session next time and just deduct the money. Let's make it let's do it say until Friday. Yeah. Yeah. So basically finish until Friday, and then on Saturday, Lena, if you have time, just go then and deduct everything that you guys have come up with. Yeah. There you go. Then everyone has enough time to look at the list and, hammer it out. Also, in the meantime, just let me give you this thing. I'll call the session here, just the recording part. So end of session here, officially.